Again, with all of our building budgets and building services, we have three of the bigger line items are natural gas, electric, and water and sewer. What we've done with those, I'll start with natural gas, which is 43,000, line item 43,000. We've taken the year 2023 actuals and looked at the Henry Hub futures. They indicate stability for 2024. And so that is how we came up with the figures we did there, which is a reduction. Electric, light and power, line item 43,100. That is an average of for year 2022 and 23 with a 3% increase. And that is an increase of 21,262. And then water and sewer, we took an average of 2022 and 2023 plus 3%. And that is an overall reduction of 4,548. All line items together with increases and decreases overall is a 1.6% decrease from the previous year. And I'll take any questions you might have on that courthouse budget.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I do have a correction on this budget as well that is in a reduction of 4,342 for some of the payroll clerical vacant position there.
You got that, Dennis?
4,342. I'll get you the details on line by line.
Mr. Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only question I have, and I appreciate the budget and the granularity on the detail. On 44,100, that's repairs and maintenance for buildings. You got 38,850, and I know it's the last 3 years, averaging about 8. Is that because we don't know what's coming up in a building like this, and we've got to have enough funds on hand if there's something? I mean, is that a good characterization of that?
Yes, it's a fairly good characterization of that. We just don't know if you look, if we look back at some of the prior years, like we do other line items, we try to see what we think it's going to do. We really don't know, but sometimes, unfortunately, you take big hits, and those are hard to calculate, so you do your best guess and estimate off of those.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I'd move to receive.
Second motion by Taylor, minus the 4,342. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 2 is the LEC, page 5 and 6.
You notice that most of the line items have been zeroed out for 9102 LEC. That is the current LEC. So we're not budgeting, basically, we are only budgeting one line item for that building. And that is for the annual expenses, average annual expenses for Northwest Environmental Services for monitoring our remediation wells. That cost we will have ongoing, looking forward for an undetermined amount of time. And when I say undetermined amount of time, what I mean is we are required by the DNR to continue to monitor those wells. We are required to do that even if we sell the property. And the reason for that is the original remediation project, basically by the state, was in partnership with Woodbury County, and that carries on into forever until it sunsets. I know this is getting off the budget item, but there is a way for the county, what I think there is a way for the county to move away from those annual charges if we can get one well that does not belong to us capped. But that'll be for further discussion. So anyway, you see like a 94.87% reduction on this particular building budget, and then you'll of course see the increases and the new costs come in on the new LEC budget later on.
I'll move to receive.
Second.
I do have a question on
Second by
this.
Nelson.
Your employees, you said they're gonna move out of this at.
I'm sorry, Keith?
On page 5, you still have staff under this one? Is that supposed to move to the new LEC?
That will move to the new LEC, yes.
Hearing no other questions. All's in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 3 is Trosper Hoyt, page 7 to 9.
Again, we have similar items for Trosper Hoyt. Again, natural gas, electricity, and water. We did the same averages on this building. Natural gas is a deduction of $15,575. Electricity is an addition of $3,335, and water and sewer is a reduction of $13. One item you'll note is line item 47,500 under sanitation and disposal services. We used our current rate plus 10%, and we did that based on a pattern of increases that we've been receiving over the past several years. Mostly these increases I'm talking about are surcharges on fuel. The sanitation companies have been charging that. It's written into their contracts, and so it's just kind of a cost that you have to accept, if you will. So that's an increase of $1,068. Overall, the Trosper Hoyt budget is a reduction of approximately 6%. And that is about $14,000 overall.
Question?
On your 44-100, that's at 10,000.
Yes.
I notice that looks like that's lower than the last 3 years' averages. Is that the similar kind of fund that the county courthouse has, is just sort of a placeholder?
Yes. This is the 10,000 that we're asking is the same as last year, so that's flat. But 23-24 was 8,798. If you go back to 22-23, it was 37,000. So we made a huge reduction back then. And again, this is one of those, you just don't know really how it's going to end up, but we're basing it off of last year's budget.
And what is the PLU? It's 44,500? Plumbing, okay.
Oh, that's plumbing.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. I appreciate it. I'd move to receive.
Second the motion. Taylor. Hearing no other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 4 is building services, page 13.
Again, basically, item 41401 is an increase due to new employees, so that's a cell phone charge. So that one's slightly higher. Again, natural gas, electricity, and water are the driving elements. Electricity is a reduction of 1,306, I'm sorry, natural gas is a reduction of 1,362. Electricity is an increase of $191, and water and sewer is a reduction of $80. The biggest change you'll note on this is line item 63,500. You'll see a $50,000 reduction there. That was due to an equipment line that we had for a new vehicle. And Dennis, correct me if I'm wrong, but we pulled that and I believe used ARPA funds for that 50,000, so we didn't expend that.
That's correct.
And so that's why it's showing or 0% there and like a 100% reduction on that line item. But overall, this budget is about $752 lower than last year and about 1.3% reduction.
Move to receive.
Second the motion by Radig. Questions?
So on page 15, unless I'm reading this wrong, and I apologize if I am, it looks like a negative 4%? Am I reading that incorrectly?
And where are you at, Jeremy?
On page 15?
Yeah.
And a negative 25,944?
You're on page 15? What? I'm
Unless
sorry.
off.
Dennis?
That is correct, because the 50,000 is off, but you also have all the wage and benefits that eat up part of that 50,000, so you had a net 25,944 difference.
So I guess without that reduction of the 50,000, would this be 24,000 increased?
Correct. And you go back to page 13, you see there's 7,500, 9,700, 2,400, 1,400, 1,800. That's wages and benefits. And 1,300 for employee hospitalization. So we add those all up, that's probably pretty darn close. 16, 18, 19, 20, 22. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 5 is the Hampton Courthouse, page 10.
Move to receive that.
Second motion by Radig. Any questions? What is the outlook on repairs and maintenance there?
There are some things that'll probably be required, but I see those probably going to, if we were not to increase this amount from 2,500 to, let's say, 15,000, we'd probably be doing anything that we need to take care of through a CIP.
Okay. Hearing no other discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 6 is the Prairie Hills Facility, page 11.
The same here, basically 43,100 electricity. Have an increase of approximately $331. That's based on an average of 2022 and 23 plus 3% again.
Big increase is garbage, though.
I think you'll see that you'll see some of that probably in the sheriff's budget.
Well, line item 47,500,
Yes,
is that just garbage disposal?
that's just garbage disposal, yes.
Can't encourage more bonfire training or anything?
Well, we might be able to out there. Anyway, overall, this budget is about 5.5% increased. Again, that sanitation is taking a hit on some of that, but
I'd move to receive.
Second the motion by Taylor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 7 is the district health building, page 12. Same $10,000 here.
yes, no increase.
Move to receive.
Second the motion by Radig. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 8 is the Tri-View facility, page 16.
So the Tri-View facility, again, utilities are the driving force on that. Overall, this budget is about a 10% decrease. A 10% decrease means only about $1,271. The majority of that being in electricity after taking the averages of years 22 and 23 and adding 3%, so.
I appreciate that approach. I think it makes sense. It's consistent across the budget, so.
Right, and I thought it made sense too. We've tried to do that with all the buildings, so.
I don't want to distract or detract, but the carpet issue with Veterans Building, is that something that would be a CIP separate out of any budget?
It would be, yes.
Okay.
So I look at carpet, and I think most of you probably saw the sheet that I did that showed operating expenses. I tried to make a column for cash reserves and CIPs to explain some of that. So just quickly, for under operations or operating budget, if you had a carpet tile or several carpet tile that needed to be replaced, maybe in one office area or one hallway or something, that would usually fall under an operating budget. It's something small, it's a one-time charge. You just go fix it. Maybe somebody spilled something on something and you need to change it or fix it in one area. If it gets bigger, that's when it turns into a CIP.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Was there a motion?
Do we not have one? I'll move to receive.
Second.
Motion by Radig, second by Taylor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 9 is the new LEC facility, page 17 to 19. So the prior year is the $1,191,000 that we took back the $1 million for FY '25 from reserves.
Yes.
And you're duplicating this with a slight decrease.
Yes. With that said, I believe I was looking at this, reviewing it again today, which I've done many times, but I think there could be an error in here. But with that said, I'll go through it quickly. Again, the driving forces, as far as we know it in all of our buildings, are utilities. So our figures, my figures based in this budget were based on two things. One was calculations done by the Baker Group. The other one was calculations done by a company called Wilden. Wilden is a company that oversees rebates for Mid-American Energy. And so we applied for energy rebates in our new LEC. As part of that, what you get back for a rebate is all determined on what you use for equipment and how energy efficient that equipment is. And there's different options you can choose. So I took those and did a comparison between those two entities. And that's how I based this budget. Now, what I can tell you is both entities, in my belief, are pretty darn close to each other. So I think our numbers are pretty good, other than what I think could be a mistake. And I only say that because it deals with water. Now, with that said, Wilden did not do a cost basis on water because no rebates applied there. But Baker Group did do calculations on water. Now, I show 49,886 on this line item 43,200 under water and sewer. Baker Group's calculation was 150,900. I didn't catch that until today. So I believe that number at 49,886 is low, but I also believe our number for, I believe possibly our numbers for natural gas and electricity may be higher. I don't know that because we've never run this facility.
Has the Baker Group run any kind of calculations on what they assume?
Yes, they did. They were,
Is that where you came up with the numbers for
Yes.
natural gas and electricity?
yes, between that and Wilden, they did the same thing when they apply, when you apply for energy rebates, they calculate this stuff all out using the engineer's specifications.
So where are those rebates due and what's the total cost of the rebates package? So I assume you chose between 2 or 3 very
Yes,
aggressive but high upfront cost, or less aggressive and
Yes.
lower rebate cost.
So
You know what-
they gave us 3 options. We chose the middle of the road option. I don't know the exact figure in rebates, but it's going to be about $149,000.
And to whom is that payable?
I think that's, I may be wrong, but I think it's payable to the Woodbury County LEC Authority
Okay,
because they're the actual,
so is that calculated in the budget?
is that calculated in this budget?
Right,
No,
and do you know why not, or? And I guess my question is if.
this is a
typical-
county budget, not an LEC Authority budget. That's one of the reasons why.
Okay, so where will that money, where do we anticipate that money going?
When we get the exact dollar amount, it will go back to LET construction for the building, because that's what it took to build the building, to get this rebate. So the rebate would go back to the LEC, which means that million I give you every week when they do expenditures, they'll increase that by whatever the number is.
So right now, that's not been
We'll
calculated?
know next week.
Okay, but that's not been calculated as far as,
Not in this budget.
okay,
They're
but,
2 separate items.
okay.
So technically, a rebate should decrease the number, not increase, right?
A
Not-
rebate.
Not in his budget,
No,
no.
a rebate
the
would
LEC.
increase a project cost. It would not, I'm sorry, it would decrease a project cost. It would not decrease an operating budget.
Right, but he said increase, and I just wanted.
He'll increase the money.
So if anybody's watching, all our millions of listeners on YouTube,
You know, I just want them to hear decrease rather than increase from a
Yes.
rebate.
Will decrease there. Will increase their money available to finish the project. It'll show up on our sheet. They'll
gotcha.
give you next week when the LEC, after they meet.
So essentially, and I'm not taking issue with it, I'm asking the question, essentially, it'd be 149,000 more that they could spend. If, is that,
Well, not really more than they spend because they got a contract. They can't overspend the contract. This would be a rebate. They'll go to the project for additional funds available, yes. But it also makes it our million that we have presently, they'll add whatever the number is to that on the county side that's available
okay, that makes sense.
to finish the project.
So, thank you.
All that to say, I think that although some of these, and I don't know, although some of these utilities may be, the gas and electric may be estimated high, I believe the water's low. So I think they may offset each other, but I really don't know until we get in there and really run.
So
Well, we also did, when we took the 1 million back, we did leave about 10%.
Yes.
that
It's
we-
actually 900,000
that
and
we
there's
did
about
not take back,
270,000.
so if you need to go into reserves for a little bit of that, it's already there from the prior year, so. Yeah, we didn't take 191,000. Because we discussed leaving 191,000 in,
Yes. Yeah,
as
I
a
worked with Kenny on
contingency,
that
so.
To leave enough to cover 2 months.
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry, Mr. Radke.
I was gonna ask, line items 63,500 and 63,801, what are the categories? It says machinery and equipment, and then I can't see past the colon.
If you look at your screen in front, I've expanded the fields. It's motor vehicle is the first and security is the second.
We did fund that 105,000 out of that ARPA fund too. There's tribal money that came in extra above the 20 million. So we used that 100, I think it's 105,000 to offset this here.
So does that need to be reflected on here as not? Because we did on the other one, didn't we take off the 50,000 when it was funded through ARPA?
Well,
You see what I'm
it
saying?
could be, yes, it could be doubled up to 105 this year, the 105 next year could be the same thing. Is that true, Danny?
I mean, we took the 50,000, right, in the
Right.
previous budget, we took it
Right.
off because it was ARPA, but here we don't,
But I'll clarify motor vehicle, it's not the same. Motor vehicle on the other budget was a new vehicle purchase. Motor vehicle on this budget is really for things like motor vehicle repairs, services, any additional equipment that we may need to purchase. And Dennis, correct me if I'm wrong.
You're right, because if you don't spend 105,000 here, you're carrying it over, have 105,000 there.
Yes.
so that's
So
not
if he
funded from
doesn't spend
ARPA?
it this year, that's 105,000 they'll carry over, but we're budgeting 105,000 next year, so it's there.
So that's not funded from ARPA?
I'd have to go back and look. I know there's 105,000 it is, and I got it broke down, I'll have to look.
To me, I'd like to make sure that we have that, because that's a lot of money.
That's what we can come back to. I'll make a note.
And then I guess I would just wonder, that seems like a lot for repair of, I mean, I know it's kind of a placeholder and,
Brand new building?
yeah, and I guess my other question, and this is, I know this is maybe a larger conversation, but I know the explanation is the county will cover extensive repairs less than 25,000 per an agreement with the LAC authority. The authority covers repairs greater than 25,000. I'm not sure that that agreement is something that's been codified. It may have been, and I may be missing it. And I think we've talked a little bit about it.
It is
but-
not, it has not been codified.
So one of the questions, and I just raised this generally, I know we're sort of working this out as we, it's a new thing, a new process, a new entity. But it looks like there's around 237,000 in what you could deem maintenance. I know there's a maintenance fund that'll be 1.2 million in May. But I also understand that that has been fairly decided as far as the consensus, that that's to build up for longer-term things. But at the same time, trying to balance out, okay, we've taxed for 1.2 million, and now we're essentially taxing again for 237,000. I'm not saying all of it should come out of there, so please don't hear me saying of the 400,000 we tax for each year, 237, I'm not suggesting that. But I'm just wondering, as we have these discussions, what portion should be to maintenance from the maintenance fund we've already taxed for versus kind of having county taxpayers feel like they're not taxed twice. And I know that's not an easy answer, but that's a concern, I guess.
Yeah,
It's
If
not.
that's fair.
And I think that's being discussed to amend the contract or the agreement, but still work in progress.
Because
It is still work in progress, and that's the reason it was line itemed and pointed out, if you want to call it that, on that line item, or described as it is. My thinking process was, I know this is being talked about and it's being worked through. It's definitely not in an advanced stage, but it's being talked about. This budget's going to be locked in for a year. My thought, and that's why it's written this way, is if you accept the budget as it is, with that $25,000 addition, that money is there. If you don't, or you decide to pull that back, then that money just simply isn't. Unless you do an amendment to the budget as part of the agreement or something like that. And we're getting way kind of out of bounds on where all that thinking is, but
I'm not sure we should lock in an amount pending codification. There is some value to the LEC not having 1 year's worth at least of repairs, but they're still gonna be receiving the same dollars into the maintenance fund over 20 years. So 25,000, I don't think we need to be putting that in our budget right now. That's my opinion.
So I was kind of figuring similar things as we were going through with my calculator. I looked at 44,000, we had 1,000, 44,100, we had 78,900. 44,400, 31,300, 44,500, we got 3,600. Electrical repairs, 4,800, then repair and maintenance of the HVAC at 60,000. And then machinery, equipment, motor vehicle, 105, security, 58, and then the computer at 65.5. I get 296,950 in new, year one building maintenance costs, and we're putting 400 grand into a maintenance fund. So now you're talking almost 700 grand that we're putting out in maintenance on a new building. So
my reply to that is,
I know some of that you're gonna have bugs with it, especially security
so,
or computer.
yep, our current LEC annually is about 415,000. It's about 85,000 square feet. This new facility is 135,400 square feet. And so that is kind of where you see some of those comparisons and numbers inflate.
But I'm not saying you're overestimating, I'm just saying that, it's a brand-new building year one. So I don't know if we peel back that 25,000. And again, I don't know how much you guys have discussed maintenance fund and what things come from this maintenance fund and what things we have to budget annually for as well. But, I don't know. I think that's something we should discuss on the actual maintenance fund, because we have already levied 800,000, we got 400,000 more this year, plus what we're budgeting in here.
Again, yeah, but I just want to make something clear. I do not like the word maintenance fund. I think that is a terrible,
Maybe a sinking fund
Hitting.
would be a better, I don't know.
there's a difference between maintaining a facility and operating it. A huge difference. This is an operating budget. This is not a maintaining budget. This is a repair, fix, and keep it running budget. In my mind, if someone were to talk about a maintenance fund, that is something that you would put dollars in to take care of bigger problems other than what's outside of your operating fund.
And that's what it was intended, because I was involved in this when I started setting up this lease. That's what it was intended for. Capital projects like replacing HAVC, cameras, whatever. They had, Baker Group put a spreadsheet together. And we drew a line for operational costs, the other was for capital. And if all the capital come through over 4 years, we don't have even, we're close to cover $8 million. It's gonna be 40 million. So this is kind of a safety plug here, but general maintenance operating, like Kenny's saying, was never intended for this maintenance fund.
But
Now, the lease
the,
may change that.
but the budget as it's proposed now is in line or lower than the 415,000 you say is
I believe it's,
currently for the current LEC?
yeah, the current LEC is like 415, so I believe that this budget is somewhat in line in comparison if you take sizes.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Chair.
My only heartburn, and I think, I can't speak for taxpayers, but we're dealing with a 43-year-old building that we all know is on its last legs, and that's the whole reason we're moving into a brand-new facility. I absolutely agree on things like utilities, maintenance contracts, those shouldn't come out of a maintenance fund. Those are the counties. I get that. But I think there's a spectrum where we put in placeholders for $100,000, or maybe 300, depending on how you want to calculate it on that spectrum, for a brand-new building that has nearly everything under warranty. And I'm not saying to zero this out, but somewhere between those two positions on a spectrum, I think there needs to be some meat in the middle. And whether that's half in a brand-new year. The other thing, I just make the point, I think the maintenance fund was thought that the LEC would be open, right? And it would be accruing. We're now to where we have this sizable balance, and I just wonder if, at least in year one, where you would think that you wouldn't need this much. I know the Sioux City schools, they've opened 7 elementary schools that are huge. I don't know anything even remotely in comparison. I mean, they're dealing with, multi-million-dollar facilities, chillers. So that's just my heartburn on this one, and whether it's, to defer until there's some agreements, and I don't think it's an all or nothing. I think there's a spectrum that's reasonable that can be met in the middle.
Yeah, and there should be some kind of amendment to this lease for this type of problem we're talking about. I would guess within a month. They're working on it now. And if you defer it, or just, we bring this back after the lease agreement is agreed to by both parties. If both parties don't agree to it, it's a moot issue. But maybe we should wait a month or two. We have the ability to do that.
I agree with that.
Well, for now, I think we can at least take off the 25,000. That's not in any sort of agreement. I mean, there are, and if we want to revisit this, we can, just like any other budget. But, I mean, there are certain things that, brand new or not, you don't save money on, the sanitation and disposal services. That still costs. These companies still dump the trash.
Right. There are new,
So,
there are new things that are going to be cost items coming out of this budget that the current LEC doesn't have. And it's an expense, I don't know, but I know it's not cheap. One of them is just, there are things in the new facility, if anyone is familiar with the grease interceptor. So these are basically big grease tanks. And you have to have them cleaned out and inspected. That's something the old LEC doesn't have. So there's costs like that we haven't seen before.
Are those outside the building or inside the kitchen?
They're outside the building, in the ground.
That's nice. Out of curiosity, do you have specific vehicles lined up on that 105? Is that like a skid loader or what's?
Oh, yes and no. Originally, we were thinking we would need something, and still do, although it doesn't cost 105, but things like some snow removal equipment, ATV for getting around the facility for landscaping, just general things like that.
Because we were just brought up ARPA for vehicles, so I didn't know if we would revisit that line item as far as purchasing vehicles through ARPA on this as well.
Can I ask you one other question? Sorry. We don't know what the footprint or model for this is, but I know some people have brought up Siouxland District Health. So, and I see Kevin here. Can you remind us of the threshold that Siouxland District Health takes care of versus the board? I forget what that,
Yes.
what that is, and if that's a suggested model. And again, we don't have to work that out tonight, but I just thought, it might be a good point of information. So
The model at Siouxland District Health is really opposite of what's been talked about at the LEC. Siouxland District Health incurs all bills under $2,500. The Woodbury County incurs all the bills over $2,500. There is no cap on how many hits the county can take. And there's,
yeah.
And Kevin, if you'd like to,
I think that's enough. I think we got it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Kenny, you and Shane had us do that exercise last week where we went through those maintenance and repair items, replacement items, and kind of said, is this county, is it maintenance fund? Would you be opposed to the Board of Supervisors going through that too and just giving our input? I realize it's the LEC's maintenance fund, but I would be kind of curious to see what these four, what their take would be.
absolutely not. I think it's a great idea. We had a meeting before the meeting and talked about how we could make the General Joe see the difference between an operating budget, a reserve fund, and a capital expenditure. Most people just don't get it unless you're dealing with it daily. You just don't quite understand how those can flow over one another. And so I think it would be great to have all the board members take that little quiz, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, no, I think that'd be great. And I just did some math, on your electrical, light, and power. If you kind of prorate, I went back to the current LEC. If you kind of prorate with the number of people, prisoners and staff that are working in there and prorate that out versus the new one, I don't think you're going to miss that 330 by much. I mean, we have to, like you said, we've got a Sally Port out there that we don't have at the current one. We've got more staff and offices out there. I mean, we've got more efficient fixtures, that sort of thing. But I mean, it's a much bigger building,
It is.
What's tough is that I agree with Keith and Jeremy that it's a new building. We shouldn't incur much, but we don't know. I mean, Baker has given us a great idea of what stuff's going to cost. We could prorate things out on a square footage or a by person basis, and we can kind of reasonably deduce where we're going to be at. But we don't know. So then what side of the coin do we want to be on? Do we want to budget, take a bunch of this out so then it looks really good? Or do we want to have some of it in there to play it safe, and then we may have a bunch that gets returned a year from now? I mean, in a year from now, we'll know a lot more, right?
I think and I think to speak to that, my budgets over the past, I'm going to say several years, have been, I think, fairly close, and I think Dennis would agree with me. I think better than fairly close. They've been really, really, really close as far as estimating where we're going to be, what it's going to cost. I just take all the information that's best utilized by me, whether that's getting it from others or how I calculate it myself, and I put all that together and I do my best job at trying to estimate what that's going to be, and that's all we've done again here.
I think it would be helpful if you could print those quizzes out and hand them out to these four, and
Sure.
they could fill it out and go through it. I think it was. I liked going through and seeing things that are on your radar as things you may potentially have to do already in this first year or within the second year, within 5 years. And so I think it'd be great for these four to do that as well.
Some on the authority took that quiz, and I think they were surprised. I don't know if you were, but I think they were surprised at how that looked after we talked about it afterwards.
Yep. Is there any way you could print those off today?
No.
That's okay. I was just gonna say, most of us will be back tomorrow, so if you could have them tonight, we could maybe, you guys could.
Oh, I can print
Tomorrow
those
or
off
Thursday.
tonight and get them to you before tomorrow, yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Well, I think we should defer on this budget, not because we don't have, 80, 90% consensus on a lot of things that are on here, but just because there are so many unknowns. And doing that exercise, I think, would be great. And the other thing, if we could add to it, I would be curious, just for HVAC purposes, is there any piece of HVAC equipment that has a warranty that's under a year? Like if we're looking at that and say, no, there's not a piece of equipment that doesn't have at least a year. And then secondly, is there anything that's not covered in HVAC by a service contract? Because we have, $30-some thousand, or more than that, $40,000. So those two questions, and then if the answer is no and no, it would beg the question, why would we need $60,000 in HVAC repairs for every single piece of equipment that has at least a year warranty or that's covered by And that may not be the case. You may say, this one's 6 months on this certain part, and then you say, well, we better be prepared because 6 months in a day can happen, and, you know, but that would be helpful in the grand scheme of things, and I think that's an excellent idea, just to get some more specificity.
And just to like, I kept a running total, what I'd call what-if funds on these same 7 line items of all the other buildings we just went through. All from courthouse, LEC, Trosper Hoy Building Services, Anthon, Prairie Hills, District Health, and Tri-View Facility. Those funds totaled $196,385, and this one totaled $296,950. So we're putting more in this one building that's new versus all the other buildings combined. So.
I don't disagree, and I don't think it's a bad idea.
Right, and then I'm not saying it's a bad idea, it's just I'm keeping track of all those for other motives later. Yeah, I kind of agree, maybe we revisit this, look at the potential use for ARPA on vehicles, you know, because I don't think we should remove that line item. Obviously, you need snow removal equipment, but whether we fund it out of tax, because next year, we're not necessarily gonna need that same equipment bought again. It's more one-time funds, correct?
Well,
Again, motor vehicle and equipment, that includes everything from oil changes to gas to equipment itself.
and whether or not we use ARPA, we still have to budget for it, and we just allocate it.
But we took off the last one, right, 50,000 from tax when we did that, right? Because we had ARPA as a fund, so I would want to know if we're funding it out of there, there would be less tax due from that, so it seems like maybe a reasonable, you know, RFIs, I know that's a word we don't want to hear anymore, but.
Dennis?
Could we go ahead, at least take off the 25,000 that's been recommended and defer this particular budget for 3 weeks to February either 13th or 20th?
Well, defer, receive is practically the same thing. We can bookmark
Okay,
this and
either way,
take it
yes.
back up. I
We
think we
put it
should
back
receive
on
with 25,000
for review, yes.
discounted for now
Yes.
and revisit.
So
We
the
could res-
25,000 is policy language rather than an amount, isn't that right, or no?
No, it's where he's got the 25,000 budgeted. You take that out.
I'm sorry, on this,
That's on line item 44,100.
Yeah.
I would be fine.
but that, I'm sorry, I guess I'm the slowest one up here, so I'm just trying to understand. It says adding 25,000, the county will cover extensive repairs. So that's just this $25,000 item right here?
Yes.
Okay.
They'll still leave 43,000 left.
53.
53,000.
53,900?
Yes.
And I was gonna say, maybe we just receive it then as is, and then we can discuss the potential to use ARPA funds on the machinery or equipment later.
Well, like I said, I don't necessarily want to lock into something we don't know that's been negotiated yet. I mean, we could talk about it some more and come up with 35,000 or 15,000. If we're locking in, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
I'll move to receive less 25,000.
Second.
Second by Nelson. Hearing no other discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0. Thank you, Kenny.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to do human resources next, but first I want to mention, since we might be up against our 4:30, just a little order of housekeeping, in case Karen gets a call or Michelle gets a call. Item on the regular agenda, item number 10 from the Iowa State Medical Examiner's Office. Mark Bethel contacted me yesterday and said due to the weather, they have some ice over there in Des Moines. Unfortunately, this is like the third or fourth week they've postponed physically being here for this, but we're willing to call in. So Mark is going to call in for this item, and he may do so around 4:30 and be on hold for that. All right, Melissa, go ahead.
Melissa Thomas, Human Resources Director, and this budget has stayed the same for the most part. I did change the amount for machinery and equipment, adding in the 141 monthly lease for the copier. So that's the only thing that's changed. Here, any questions?
So, 4 staff, correct? 4.
Yes.
How has the number of total county employees changed in the last 3, 4 years you've been?
I bet we've increased about 20
Okay.
with the jail and the custodians. Building services.
Well, you get along with fewer than the city side, I think,
Yes, we do.
so,
Yeah, we're doing our best.
yes.
So I was just wondering on the official publications and legals, I noticed we're at $62 right now. And then we've been at 10,000 and 3,000. Does that fluctuate like on an every other year? We've got or is
No.
it variance?
With this, this year we stopped advertising in the journal, in the hard copy. We do advertise in the electronic. And then the others, there's a lot of free that we reach out to. And then we have recently started going to the Omaha Herald and Sioux Falls and trying to get a little farther out there. The more advertising you get online, of course, the more it costs, the more you get bumped to the top and all that good stuff, so.
I guess I'm just wondering at $62 so far this year, is that kind of a feast or famine based on when we have a lot of,
Oh, no, we'll spend the remaining of it, especially for the attorney's office, so,
Okay.
yeah.
I didn't know if we had like a contractual service where we ended up paying 10,000.
No, that was just been a amount that's been in there, and it was easy to get to that amount, obviously, when we were paying thousands of dollars to the Journal, but since we've pulled back on that and just gone electronically.
But you keep it at the same?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'll move to receive.
Second motion by Rarick. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, county sheriff is next. You got less than 5 minutes for your whole budget.
Not a problem.
Hope
wants
you've
to
been
make the
practicing
motion?
your auctioneer skills. Uniform patrol,
Mr. Chair, there'll be a few changes in, I think, 4 of these areas as we go through them also.
Okay.
Payroll.
Uniform patrol is just wages and benefits.
I'll move to receive.
Second.
Second by Taylor. All those in favor say
This,
aye.
this item does have a change. Uniform patrol will increase by 29,185. And this is due to an individual who we had moved a few people to the supplemental fund, and one of them was different individuals, so that changed the amounts. This will be offset when we get to some of the, oh, sorry, this is to come. Never mind, this is a different fund,
Oh,
sorry.
so the motion to receive as is. Okay. Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 2, highway safety grant, page 7.
I'll move to receive.
Second.
Motion by Raddick, second by Nelson. To receive, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 3, investigations, page 8.
It's all salary and benefits also.
The first line item, Governor's Office of, what is that for? 23020.
Believe that's in the wrong. Oh, no. The Governor's Office of Drug. and
That
it's
would
cut
be
off.
revenue that's
The task
received
force?
for a grant.
Okay, it's a grant.
And it's just in the same, what we call the function of investigations.
Seeing its wages and benefits, I'll move to receive.
Second?
Second by Bittenger. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 4, Drug Task Force, federal reimbursement.
Which sheet are you on now, Chairman? Oh, I got it. 10.
I'd move to receive.
Second the motion by Taylor. Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Do we have time to start the correctional facility? We got 1 minute. I don't know if we got time for that.
I'll leave that up to you.
I don't think we got time for that.
You could go to 8, or 7, I mean. I'm sorry. Yeah, 7, crime prevention. Pages 18, 19, those are wages.
Okay. Number 7, crime prevention.
Move. Second.
Motion by Nelson, second by Taylor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0.
Item 12 through 16, no, 12, 13, 15, and 16 are all non-tax. Those are monies under his discretion.
I got 4:30 on this clock, so.
Okay, let's quit.
You tried, Sheriff, but you couldn't do it.
Yep, I apologize.
It's all right.
We'll see if we can whittle it down to 4 minutes next year.
Yeah. We'll do that.
We're continuing after the regular board.
Yes, yes, we will resume these after the regular board meeting. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, get one. Call this meeting to order. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you very much. Please be seated. That was ironic. Item 2 is approval of the agenda. I'll move it.
Second?
Second by Bittenger. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Items 3 through 7 constitute a consent agenda of routine action items to be considered by one motion. Items pass unanimously unless a separate vote is requested by a board member. Item 3 is approval of the minutes of the January 16th meeting. Item 4 is approval of the claims. Item 5 is approval to cancel the February 6th board meeting. I had spoken about this with Vice Chair Bittenger. I will be out of town on a mission trip, and my understanding is Dennis will be out of town as well. We don't have any budget hearings scheduled for that date, and as an occasional occurrence, I think it's okay. So if the board's okay with that, we'll move forward. And we'll make note of that in the auditor's office for the claims, as we do. Item 6 from Human Resources includes A, approval of a memorandum of personnel transactions, B, authorization to initiate the hiring process, and C, approval of retiree requests to remain on the county health and dental insurance. Item 7 for Board Administration is approval of lifting tax suspensions for petitioners who failed to recertify their income or income does not qualify for continued tax suspension. Item 8 from Secondary Roads includes approval of underground utility permit for Northwest Iowa Power Cooperative and to direct the chair to sign the permit. I'll move the consent agenda.
Second.
Second by Nelson. Hearing no discussion.
I have a question about canceling the board meeting on the 6th.
Sure.
We're in the process of actually hiring somebody. We have an offer out there. She's going through the background check and all that other stuff. May not be able to get it on the board meeting for next week. So if you cancel the board meeting, then we're going to delay another week in hiring that position. So is there an alternative to be able to do that in lieu of a board meeting?
We could amend on Monday for the next meeting.
If she gets everything in.
Would there be any, if Vice Chair Bittinger ran that one meeting, and even if it was a short one, just to come in, it could be an alternative.
And technically, they can't start until the board actually approves the hire.
When would you know this?
The physical is scheduled for Thursday. I have no idea when the background check is going to be completed. I know that HR is currently working on it, but they indicated today that the company who does them is actually running a little behind. So there's no guarantee that we'll have it done in time.
I'd propose, if that is the way it's going to happen, that we proceed as is and Bittinger can call a special meeting if that's required.
Okay,
We don't know, so,
okay, thank you.
Yeah, I agree with that. Just call a special meeting.
okay. If not, then we won't. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 9 from Secondary Roads, County Engineer Mark Nera, includes A, approval to award the bid for project Perrin 149 to the low bidder and approve the resolution directing the county engineer to sign the contracts. Once a signed contract and bond are returned by the contractor for the signature. Seeing no county engineer. Any discussion on this item? Yes. Okay, please. Anything you want to note on this, or is it,
Just straightforward. We have the project on D50.
did you
Big
introduce
project.
yourself?
What?
Did you introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm Jacob Gilreath. I
Thank you.
work for the Secondary Roads.
You were saying?
We have a paving project on D50 that is being DOT let, and we received bids for them, and we would like to recommend to the board that they award to the project to the lowest bidder.
Very good, I'll move that.
Second?
Second by Radig. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0.
Mr. Chair, I'm just wondering, do we know who's trying to call in, or?
I had mentioned Mark Bethel
Okay,
earlier, is calling in.
okay.
Yep,
So he's just on right now and waiting?
yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Yep. Item B is approval of a certificate of completion of project PCC patching 2023, the 10-point construction for $59,250.
I'll move approval.
I'll second the motion by Radig. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Yep, thank you. Okay, we will move on to item 10. This is submitted by the Iowa State Medical Examiner's Office for information by Mark Bethel. This is discussion regarding medical examiner services for Woodbury County. The board was informed of a resignation letter, which is in your packet. My understanding is the state would like to offer some suggestions and help us navigate this to avoid any sort of disruption. May I ask who is on the phone right now? Could you unmute yourself and identify yourself?
Yes, can you hear us now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I have Dr. John Thompson, he's he's a deputy state medical examiner for the state of Iowa, and then myself, Mark, county liaison and a medical examiner, just death investigator. We were notified by Dr. Briner that sounds as if she would like to step away from this role. We have worked with several counties in the past that are in the same situation that you guys are now, and just wanted to offer our support however we could, however you think it's best received, and try and come up with a plan to alleviate the loss of those 3 docs.
Well, appreciate you calling in for that. That's definitely what we want. I mean, I don't know how much of this item we want to spend discussing the impact of a resignation actually taking place, but it would not be good for the community. And I think we have an employee in the board office here that could speak to some of those issues or pose some questions or discuss with you, Mark. But has the board had a chance to read the resignation letter and kind of the reasoning behind it? Obviously, there's cost considerations. So I think it's safe to say this is something we want to avoid.
Right.
So do you want to just start off with what has worked in other communities, Mark, and anything you can tell us?
Yeah, absolutely. I was up in Floyd County a couple months ago now. Same situation. Their ME retired. He had no MEs at all. They did have a deputy ME that would fill in when the ME was away on vacation, but no MEIs. And when I say MEIs, that's a medical examiner investigator. They're the ones that are tasked with going to the scenes, working with law enforcement, EMS, sometimes DCI is involved, and completing a scene investigation in order to determine whether or not an individual needs to come to our location for an autopsy or can be released to a funeral home. I was able to crunch some numbers for them and come up with what I felt was a good number of MEIs to cover their county based on their total annual deaths, which were reported to the medical examiner's office, which was between 4 and 5 MEIs. The deputy agreed to stay on and become the ME if these MEIs were willing to go to the scenes and then provide him with the information that he needed to complete his death certificate. Those MEIs came to our location, received training from myself, and for the past 2 months, as far as I know, there hasn't been a hiccup. That's my role, that's my job. I'm in charge of training for all of the MEIs in the state of Iowa, as well as kind of maybe some continuing education type time spent with physicians that are either new to it or old to it and want to know what the newest and greatest thing is. So our suggestion to you would be to get a team of MEIs, medical examiner investigators, probably between 6 and 7 of them, to complete scene investigations. They will be called. They go to a scene. They complete the investigation there, and then hopefully I will be able to find a doc that wants to fill in as an ME. You're still going to need a medical examiner. You're still going to need a deputy medical examiner. But with these MEIs, it should alleviate a lot of the pressure that are on the current three. Does any of that make sense?
Yes. Are you aware of the strain on the current three, or had this been brought to your attention? Is there anything you can tell us about how to put that into perspective?
Mine are off and on probably the last 18 months. I know they are stressed with their general practice at the hospital. I know it's hard for them to keep up with all of the families that call, and virtually every family will call at least once to explain something on the death certificate or at the investigation level or next clear step. I know it's difficult for them to complete the ME1s, just that scene investigation ME1. They're doing all the work that the MEIs would be doing right now, in addition to their full-time job, as well as the clerical side of things, all the billing. So you have 3 pathologists acting as MEIs, clerical staff, and I think it's just too much for them. That's my take. You know, I haven't been in contact with her on a regular basis. But over the past 18 months, you know, she's called for advice on what she could, you know, ways maybe she could be a little bit more efficient. We've talked about that, but the real reason I got involved at this level at this point was based on an email that she had sent to Dr. Klein, who is our chief state ME, who then forwarded that to me and said, we need to work with Woodbury County ASAP. If that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. And there's a question we have from Supervisor Jeremy Taylor here.
Thank you, Mark. So my question, when you said you need to identify approximately 6 to 7 of these folks to complete scene investigation, given the fact that we have about 67 days, who's the entity? Is that something that you would help to coordinate? Is there typically in these other models in other counties, is there a particular department or a role that helps to identify these individuals and
Identify the number of the individuals?
well, identifies the individuals themselves, who they are, and coordinates to have that training. I noticed that Dr. Briner's letter identified a couple of individuals who have already gone through that training, but several more are needed, and you're alluding to several more being needed. And so I'm just wondering how we get to the brass tacks of, as of April 1st, having these individuals. What would be our next steps? Is it providing funding? Is there a certain department that you see counties typically leading in this?
The certain department question, it's kind of a mix throughout the state. It's nobody's full-time job to be an MEI. This is something that's on the side. So we have a lot of paramedics, EMT personnel. We have fire rescue individuals that will do it on off-call hours. Some law enforcement officers will do it on off-call hours. That's where most of these folks come from. Some funeral homes, but those usually kind of just flake out.
And how long is the training that's necessary? Let's say that there were a couple of paramedics, a couple from the sheriff's office, an EMT personnel that stepped forward after hearing this. How long is the training that you provide?
Yeah, so what I'd like to do is have them come here to our location. It's 1 day of training, and then I offer as much follow-up as they need. They are introduced to reports physical reports of the cases that are going to be completed. Their autopsies are going to be completed that day that they're here for training, so they're able to see the type of ME1 that they are going to complete themselves. We have a morning rounds call where the investigator from our office who is assigned to it presents it to the pathologist over the phone. Sometimes BCI is involved, sometimes law enforcement's involved. And then once that call is complete, I give them an hour and a half or so to watch the autopsy process itself. I think that's valuable. I think that helps them understand the way our pathologists and autopsy techs work with the decedent that they have seen at the scene. So very little is seen at a scene of a death. You get to our location, the lighting is wonderful. We have trained pathologists, trained techs, and the MEIs are able to see how the pathologists kind of put the pieces together, by taking the person apart, if you will. Following that, I buy them lunch, get a tour of the facility where they'll meet our pathologists, our front office staff, our team of investigators, a tour of the facility as a whole, the autopsy suite, and then I have about 4 or 5 hours of lectures that I have that are at the basic level for them. They will receive an edited version, a redacted version of the lectures without photos. I'm not able to use photos. Not able to give them the photos that are associated with it. And that's basically their day. They'll go home with a badge with their name on it, with the county they represent, so they'll have some sort of identification at a scene, because law enforcement's going to want to know who they are and why they're there. Same way, even just walk in the ER, they need to be known who they are and why they're there. And that's about it for the day. So I can get things accomplished in a day, and then they may have a couple follow-ups in the future, and I'm always available for those.
Do you know in these other counties who typically coordinates recruiting and then how these folks are paid? So if it's a paramedic, an EMT personnel, law enforcement, these counties that have these certain individuals that they're, typically we've been housing everything under pathology medical services, but if it's going out and finding these folks and an office coordinator, do you know if it's on a per call basis or how that works?
In finding the correct number of MEIs that you'll need. Is that what you mean?
Right, in terms of recruiting them, but then also how those MEIs are paid. Is it on a per-call basis? And how does this office coordinator position work in your experience?
Yeah, so we are happy to call maybe your director, your ambulance director, or whatever the term is up in your location, see if he knows if any of his staff is interested. That's a good resource we've done in the past. I'm happy to call local law enforcement, fire rescue as well. That's no problem at all. I'm confident we'll be able to find this number of MEIs, probably just through those 3 locations. Sometimes you'll have a retired nurse in town that makes a great MEI. She's got a medical background, maybe a bit more than an EMT, if you will. Not knocking EMTs at all. It just is what it is. And then as far as how they would be paid, it would be a per call basis, similar to what I believe is set up for Dr. Briner, but I'm not sure how all that works.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Jeremy, this is John Thompson. It's been a while since I've spoken to you, but I hope you're doing well. So I think as far as finding the medical examiner investigators, I think our office can find them. Maybe also by contacting Dr. Briner and see if she has any input. I'm also giving a presentation to a trauma coordinators conference, which I think nurses and EMTs will be there March 1st. So I can advertise an opening for an MEI for Woodbury County if that's something you guys would be interested in.
I would think we would.
Okay. We can find the MEIs, but you guys have to approve them at a board meeting, and then we kind of just sign off on them. That would be the only thing. I'd hate to round up a bunch of MEIs and then it not be approved by the board.
Yeah, if we could get some information, and it doesn't have to be right now, but on what is being paid on a per-call basis, I think that'd be helpful in terms of recruiting of paramedics or retired nurses or law enforcement. And then just curious as well, if one of those individuals fits the title of office coordinator, or if that's a completely different kind of position and a set of qualifications.
So ideally, the MEIs and the ME and deputy ME would have no involvement as far as the office coordinator position. Things function more cleanly to keep that separate as far as billings and whatnot. So that would be a separate position in addition to the MEIs. And that is common throughout the state. A lot of times it's the county auditor that does it, or a member of his or her staff.
So just to circle back, what is the rate for per call?
Yeah,
in your experience?
I see anywhere from 200 to 500. I feel like a good starting rate is probably at the $250 level, and then it gives them a chance to, if they stick around for a few years, maybe bump it up a little bit with whatever you guys feel like is adequate. This is a position where they're on call. When they're on call, it's 24 hours or it's 12 hours where that's hanging over their head. They're working in very difficult scenes, sometimes with very difficult people. I'm not talking family members that are sad, just very difficult people in general that are around the scene. There is high percentage of MEIs in the state that seek some sort of debriefing or counseling in order to speak about what they've seen at a scene, if you will. It's not an easy position. It's not an easy job. I have some numbers in front of me right now. Last year, you had 300, 200, 100, this is my, you had 353 non-natural deaths, which means those are suicides, accidents, homicides, or undetermined deaths. And those are very difficult cases. Those are very, they're 180 from my grandmother who died in her sleep in her bed in her locked residence as a result of a welfare check. Those non-natural deaths take time. They're complicated for law enforcement. They're complicated for the medical examiner's office. Most often, we like them to come down here for autopsy. So I feel, my starting point is 250 for an MEI, and then move upward.
And is there an on-call basis rate? I understand when it's on a per-call basis, but if you're asking an individual to be available for 24 hours and that that individual be on, so to speak. Is there a compensation rate for that?
Yes. Yes, some counties do incorporate that into their plan. It's on top of the per case rate, whether it's a few dollars an hour, just because I know how much fun it is to have to be on a 24-hour shift and not know if I'm going to have supper, if I'm going to be there, if I'm going to be called away. There is some stress just being on. So yes, to answer your question, but it would be on top of the base rate per call. Last year you had 274 ME cases, ME1. And when we meet face-to-face, I'm happy to bring this documentation with me so you can see it. I have it broken down by year, cause, and manner, and then percentage autopsies. And then where I came up with the 6-7 MEIs, I also have access. Well, I have access to every death in the state. So I take a county's population, I take their total annual deaths, and I try to find a number where Woodbury County would fit in that, if you will. And I try to staff Woodbury County pretty close to what these other counties are staffed at. That's where I come up with those numbers. So there is a little bit of a science behind it.
What about the office coordinator position as far as what you see as, like, who that typically is, compensation, if that's involved?
Yeah, so my experience is that it's been a member of the auditor's office. The auditor's office is the office that is in charge of paying these MEIs and the docs. The auditor's office is going to get a copy sometimes of the ME1. The county attorney is going to get a copy of the ME1 report. I think he or she usually shares that with the auditor to prove her documentation, to prove why she's paying this individual. And that has worked well in the past. That just the member of the auditor's office.
What sort of action steps do we need to take other than approving the classification or hire, so to speak, of the MEIs? What sort of action steps do we need to take?
So if I were you, I would get your MEIs in place before time runs out. You have someone covering, and then I would try to find doc willing to be your ME, and then down the road, a few months or weeks, deputy ME to relieve that ME should something happen, family emergency, an illness, or just plain going on vacation. You always need either an ME or a deputy ME to sign death certificates and cremation permits, and they will not stop coming. They come every day, cremation permits do. So I'd focus on my MEIs. We play a role in that in trying to help you find them and getting a background for you to review. And then after that, I would focus on talking to your auditor's office and maybe finding someone who would be willing to step forward and maybe take on a little bit more work. It's not a tremendous amount of work. It is interesting. It's not just day-to-day stuff that they see on their normal schedule, but maybe an existing member of that auditor's office is in charge of billing.
Yep.
Could you quantify for us, for a county of 105,250 people, how many hours you think somebody in this office coordinator position would have. I see the auditors here and our deputy auditor, and so I think if they were being asked, they'd probably want to know how many hours are being dedicated. Is it 5? Is it 15? And, you know,
Can I get you that answer at the end of the week? I want to do a little homework. That's a very good
Absolutely.
question.
yes, thank you.
What are the costs associated with the training?
None, zero.
Okay.
I even buy lunch.
I guess for anyone that wants to eat lunch after seeing an autopsy.
True.
We have, I also want to let you know that we have, in association with CMAC, a 3-day training program down here where they will hear several different lectures from several different physicians. I'm giving the ME 101 part, the first, I think, 3 hours of Monday. I'm going to lecture. And then it gets off into more specific causes of death our pathologists present. And then the last half of the day, on the last day, we have use of DMAC crime scene home. They built a house, a nice house. I could actually live there. But we have scenes that are staged, scenes that we've talked about during training. So it gives them hands-on experience on what they might see and what to look for. And, you know, our investigators are very involved in that and helping them, offering suggestions and questions. It's a work in progress, but it's been very well received. So I can get you those dates. I would highly recommend they come down for that. Last year, I think it was $500 DMAC charged. Probably around that same fee now. But I would encourage them to come to that training instead of driving, or I guess not flying, but driving to St. Louis to their week-long program that they put on. You're probably looking $3,000 for the training, the meals, the hotels, and a lot of the information that they give during that week only corresponds to their jurisdiction. It doesn't apply to our jurisdiction here in Iowa. There are things done down there that are way different than what we do here in Iowa, different laws even. So down here at our office, in conjunction with DMAC and that crime scene house, they're very well educated and they're very well trained and cared for.
We have Heather Satterwhite here from the board office. Sorry to put you on the spot, Heather. Would you like to ask any questions or provide any information, since I know you work on a lot of the paperwork with this?
There's a lot of questions, actually. It's going to be beyond today's meeting. I think we should maybe schedule, it'd be nice to schedule a conference call sometime in the near future. I truly believe that, not being negative, realistic, I don't see that this is going to happen that quickly as needed. I think my big question is, as far as the MEIs that go out, who are the people that determine if this is county financial responsibility or a county case, or if it is a natural death? I mean, who determines that? And because those are the ones that the county would not be responsible for. So who would determine that? The MEIs?
So it's a really good question. Anytime, and there are some times that the ME is notified, the medical examiner is notified of a death, and they take a history over the phone of the death, and they say, no, it doesn't qualify as a case, an ME case. Go ahead and call the funeral home. That's the natural deaths you're talking about that would not be ME cases. Every other death is going to be an ME case. Unattended, even if it's a natural death that's unattended at a residence, is an ME case. You know,
But
all
not
suicides,
necessarily county financial responsibility, though.
yes, it would be. I mean, whose responsibility would it be if it wasn't paid for by the county?
The family?
Um,
At least that's always the assumption that I guess we've had. In the 15
Yeah,
years that
no,
I've
and I-
been doing this.
Yeah, no, and I respect that, but no, this is a county responsibility, regardless of manner. Sometimes manner's not even able to be proven at the scene at that time.
I guess I should
It's a good
say
question.
the ones that fall under Iowa code for county responsibility. Not every death in the county is a responsibility of the budget under Woodbury County.
That's right. That's right. You're absolutely right.
So that's
last
right.
year in I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
Last year in 2022, you had 1,281 deaths, and 275 of those 1,281 deaths were ME cases. So I'm not good with math in my head, but it's a small percentage of the total number of deaths in Woodbury County are ME cases. But I understand what you're asking, and it's a great question.
Is there training for how it's determined on a call?
That ME will know.
Yeah. It's very simple. It's any death that occurs outside of medical facility is an ME case, and any non-natural death, so accident, suicide, homicide, or anything suspicious that occurs within a medical facility is an ME case. And approximately 1/3 of all deaths turn out to be medical examiner cases. Woodbury County's a little bit below that. I think they're around 26%. But you don't know a death is natural until it's been investigated. Even if you have an 85-year-old lady found dead in bed, you don't know if she slipped and fell and hit her head, or that she had a history of abusing her medication. So natural deaths are taken in investigation in order to determine that they're natural.
Yeah, so when an MEI walks into a scene, it should not be treated as a natural death. That should come last. If they were able to rule out everything else, then it would be a natural death. If that makes sense.
Understood.
And I think, I know that Dr. Briner and the other two physicians understand that based on 1,282 deaths in your county last year, with only 274 being ME cases. That's a wonderful ratio, I believe.
And I would love for the board to see that on paper. I know you said you had those numbers and stuff that we could see, those reports and the number of deaths and percentage for county. I would love for the board to see those.
Yeah, no,
It's a
absolutely.
lot to take in just verbally today, I think, but it would be nice to see those numbers.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I took them up to Floyd County with me as well. If we can ever just get this weather to straighten out. I get my numbers from IVES, the Iowa Vital Electronic Death Reporting System. So I have access to every single death in the state of Iowa. There's 35,000 deaths in a year. So I focus on one county at a time and put together these 3 years, because we've had 3 years of an electronic registry system. Are you with me? This data was not available the way it is now in 2019. 2020 was the first full year of it. And I'm happy to bring the information up to you. That's no problem at all.
Would you be willing to work with Heather, as far as coordinating, getting contact info for people you mentioned and seeking out MEIs, and I suppose we'll consider, and maybe Dr. Briner can follow up with us later on a replacement for the doctor.
Yeah,
Uh,
absolutely. I'd love to work with Heather. That's not a problem.
I have another question. I know in the beginning you stated that Floyd County was in a similar situation. Could you also tell us what other counties in Iowa are comparable to Woodbury County in their current situation as far as numbers of death and population? So maybe I can use them to reference as well. I know I've contacted Pottawatomie County in the past, and there are differences in other counties, such as Pottawatomie County has a medical examiner department, whereas Woodbury County does not have that. So they actually have a secretary. They actually have, or not necessarily, I don't know if it's a secretary, but they actually have like that office coordinator position, and they work with the MEIs. So just trying to get a reference on what other counties I could speak with or really research.
Yeah. And what answers would you like from those counties? What is your goal answer or answers?
Like I said, since we don't have, Woodbury County does not have a medical examiner department, so
Is it staffing then?
mainly staffing and I guess the position that would work with between the county and the people out in the field for questioning. I pay all the claims for the medical examiner here in the county. And I know years ago, I think even when Dr. Carroll was here, I used to receive the ME1 form, so I could also question a bill. I think somewhere along the line, Iowa code changed is what I was told, where if you weren't in maybe the county attorney's office, you were not able to see those forms anymore. So all I ever receive now, or for years now, is just the invoice.
Okay.
I wasn't even able to, I did ask them to put date of birth on, or date of death, so I could look at least the obituaries, things like that. But
Yeah.
those kinds of things, it would be nice to have more
Yeah.
information in my hands, since I am the one that's, I do speak with Dr. Briner quite a bit, but it would be nice to have something in my hands to reference, not just the invoice. Or,
No, absolutely. Absolutely. I agree with you. So, and you and I need to spend a lot of time on the phone, and we're
I
done.
agree.
If that's okay with you. But so what I prepared for today's meeting is I also have a population of every county in the state and the total number of deaths for every county in the state. And then I have the way that those counties are staffed from an ME, from a deputy ME, and from an MEI position. Counties that are similar to yours are Black Hawk, Dubuque, Johnson, Pottawatomie, and Scott County.
okay,
With the exception of the staffing, they all have, some of them have 9, one has 8, and one of them has 3. But that's a husband-wife team, and they just live that. So that Blackhawk County is like an anomaly. They have tons of cases, but it's a husband-wife team, and they've done it for years, and they just make it work. So that's another way that I came up with the number of MEIs you folks should need up there. So there's a bit of science to this. A bit of a discussion with all of you folks with what you're comfortable with. And then once those decisions are made, we get them trained and you're off and running.
Mark, I think you gave us a lot of good information, and we'll need to continue a lot of this offline.
Okay.
In addition to Heather in our board office that works on a lot of the claims, can we as a group kind of identify who else you'd be working with? Is there would you recommend someone from the attorney's or auditor's office in particular, or you can certainly include me, and you can, Heather can get you other board members' information. We have, a district health department that may be able to get us a doctor by next meeting.
Yeah.
That was a joke.
Yeah, right next week.
The Woodbury County Attorney, I think, is somebody you definitely have to bring into this.
Yeah. And any board members that want to be a part, I mean, I think a team effort is best. I'm all about over communicating. Everybody should put their input into this, right? We're all into this for the same goal, trying to solve the same problem. County attorney for sure. Who are the other individuals you mentioned? I'm sorry.
County auditor's office.
Yeah, auditor's office would be great.
We have our ambulance director here too.
That would be wonderful.
He goes by emergency services director as well sometimes, though. Heather, if you could kind of be the gateway here and disseminate information to the right people, put him in contact with the right people.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. If I could ask, if we just start that, Heather, by just one email with all of us on that email, and we use that as a string.
That sounds good.
That's okay. Yeah, that way we just have one place to go, and we've captured everything, and we can see the progress as it's made, and we can see decisions and why there was decisions are made, and maybe even brief minutes from our next clear steps from one phone call to the next. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, let's get that started tomorrow, because we don't have much time to find these people, and I think as far as what the board can do, we're all in agreement that we need to, approve these MEIs. So can we ask you to follow up with our board office and copy me in to start, and we'll get a list together for you and go from there?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you very much for calling in. I know it would have been a crazy drive, and for the audience for bearing with us, but this is a big deal. We need to get this, and I'm glad we could finally connect, because it's been a while since the resignation letter, and so we do need your help to help us get this done quickly. So.
Okay. And we will get this done. We'll get this solved. I have no doubt. We're more than happy to help you with this. This is what I do every day.
Very good.
And I don't have hours, by the way. So if you've got something that crops up on a weekend or at night, just call. I'd rather have you voice your concern then than worry about it for hours, okay?
All right. Thank you. Any other questions from the board? All right. Mark, we're going to move on to our regular agenda. So thank you for calling in.
No problem. I'm going to go ahead and sign off then.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hearing no other discussion. Moving on to item 11 from the county auditor. With the same A, B, C, and D items as previous. I don't think anything in the motions has changed, has it?
Yeah, I think we just need to hear back union response, was that?
We have, as far as I know, we've.
I don't know, after that call, maybe I should eliminate the deactivating the clerk too. Unless you want me to go up and present, everything's the same.
I think unless you want to. We did hear back that, well, we hope assumed would happen, happened officially, so I don't think the board has any issue with moving forward on these items. Is that correct?
I'll go ahead and move 11A.
Motion by Raddick, second by Binger. On 11A, approval to combine Clerk 2 and Clerk 3 job description to replace current Finance Clerk 3 description. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0. I'll move item B, approval to deauthorize Finance Clerk 2 position.
Second.
Close one.
Give it to him.
Go with proximity. Second by Nelson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0. I'll move item C, authorize an additional Finance Clerk 3 for a total of 2 authorized.
Second.
Second by Raddick. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0. And I'll move item D, authorize to hire Finance Clerk 3.
Second.
Second by Bittinger. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Item 12 from the county sheriff for action. This is approval of recommended salaries of percentage deputies.
Good evening. I'm bringing this to the board at the request of Deputy County Attorney Woodman and through speaking with Chairman Ong. Reading Iowa Code Section 331-904, it talks about who sets the base annual salaries of percentage deputies, and there's a specific section in there for a sheriff. I mistakenly thought that annual salary to me seems like it would be January 1 to December 31st. So I think I initially started this on January 3rd, wanting to try and make sure that it got into the payroll. There was some interjection from, I think it was Michelle, saying that if we're going to do this, make it effective December 25th because that would coincide with payroll. And then we did reach out to Joshua to get an opinion on, because some other elected officials, I think it was Auditor Gill, said, I think it's actually fiscal year. And if it's not in the fiscal year, the sheriff does set the salary of those percentage deputies, of which I have 5. And the law clearly states that the board shall do it as long as I meet the parameters, which means that none of them can be over 85% of my salary. We asked Josh for some input on clarification. Is this a calendar year? Is this a fiscal year? And his email came back that he felt it was a fiscal year. And so since I'm asking this to be effective basically December 25th through the end of this current fiscal year we're in, that it would need board approval. And Joshua, if I misstate anything, correct me, but I think that was your assessment, correct? That it would be more appropriate to have the board approve this.
Right, for it to take effect immediately, given the timing of the notification, I feel that it would require board approval. Otherwise, your notification now would go in through the budget process and it would take effect July 1st of the following fiscal year.
So Joshua, the earliest it could take effect is, in your opinion, what date?
Well, if the board approves the request tonight, I think that, and I'm not sure exactly what effective date you're asking for, but I think that you could potentially make it retroactive to January 1st or whatever that pay period was. And I'm not sure what's easiest for the auditor's office or anything like that, but there would be some discretion as far as when it could be effective.
And just for clarification, when the sheriff certifies to the board that annual salary, the way the current structure had always, in my understanding, the way it had always been done in the past is the 2 lieutenants always received 80% of the sheriff's salary. The 2 captains received 83% of the sheriff's salary. The chief deputy received 85% of the salary. But by code, I could have all 5 of them be at 85%. And if I were to do it now and say that's what I wanted for fiscal year 25, the board is obligated in the law says that you shall do that. It's my mistake for not knowing that it meant the fiscal year. So that's why I'm coming to you and asking the board to grant me that, the ability to make that pay effective for the calendar year, which really affects the last 6 months of the fiscal year. And so I was just gonna have it be January 1, and I think Michelle's email, I think if I have it printed here, she just said, if I can interject.
If
could
you would
we-
like, I could just explain the reasoning.
Yeah, sure.
So when we do it on January 1st, we would have to manually calculate the old rate for a couple of days. So the start of the pay period is December 25th. So in order to have a full paycheck at the new rate, if we made it December 25th, then that first check would be the full amount of that change. So as far as we can do anyway, it's just more manual work if we do it somewhere within the pay period instead of at the beginning of it. So
Well,
the options in my mind would be December 25th, that we do a correction, and we could probably get it done tomorrow morning, because I don't believe payroll's been updated. So that could be applied to their paycheck that's coming on Friday. And that would be doable, I believe, as long as it hasn't been updated. Otherwise, it would, be on the following paycheck, I believe. If we did it on the 8th, then, we can still make that happen. And the beginning of this pay period is the 22nd. So those are kind of the options.
And just some background. So with the chief, I would love to give him a raise, but I can't. He's already at the maximum 85%. But the other four, I have the ability to give them an increase in percentage. And as you all know, the last several years have not been easy years to be administrators in the sheriff's office with a new jail and with some of the incidents that we have had over the years. And this is something that I felt like I thought that I had the authority to do effective January 1. And since the county attorney's office is saying that technically that would need the board's approval, that's what I'm here to ask for, is that board's approval. The economic impact, I sent an email early this afternoon. I don't know if you guys saw it. I have in the backups that it's $6,882. That was a mistake on my part. I was looking at notes that I had written. That was really only for the 2 lieutenants. The overall impact is $12,044, and that would impact the current fiscal year that we're in. But that financial impact will be easily absorbed in the wages that aren't paid for turnover in the jail. And we've had a deputy position that's not been on our books for, I don't want to name a name, but how long has that deputy position not been on the county books? Yeah, no. How long have we not been paying that salary? Almost a whole year. That's like 80-some thousand.
My personal opinion is, assuming the board approves this, is that it would be a little easier on the auditor's office and match up with either the 25th or the 8th for processing. Keith, did you have some?
Yeah, that $12,044, is that only pay, or is that including the IPERS and all the other percentages that come along with that?
I only calculated it based on the percentage of my salary. So there may be some additional.
I believe that might be a little bit high, because in fiscal year 25, applying the difference is $19,345 for the entire fiscal year. So it might be a little bit less. And that includes the benefits.
I think I got a B in math, I'm sorry.
Joshua, could I ask you, I think you had mentioned consideration to keep in mind about wages and how they link to the sheriff's wage. Can you discuss how the annual raise process would impact these deputies if are we like overriding a July 1 effective date on elected official raises that would pass down to the deputies by doing something in January, or?
I'm trying to think back to that email that was a couple of weeks ago.
I have a copy of it if you want.
I think that the concern was if the interpretation of the statute was tied to a fiscal year, and if it was set on January 1st, that rate for those percentage deputies would be tied to the sheriff's salary on January 1st. Per code, in accordance with the fiscal year, the sheriff's salary would go up on July 1st. And to me, that was an argument for why the interpretation should be consistent with the fiscal year, because then they would go ahead and get that bump up along with the sheriff on July 1st. The key in my interpretation of the statute was that it says that the board shall certify to the auditor basically what the elected official has said. That certification that's being referenced there occurs during the budget process in March. And so if a request from the elected official comes after that, well, the next certification is until the following March. So that's kind of the linchpin of my opinion on that. But I don't think there's anything that prohibits the board approving a mid-year bump like is being requested tonight.
So is there any adverse effect on wages changing?
So I don't believe that there is. In my mind, this action tonight is just January 1st, or whatever effective date the board makes it, until July 1st. And then July 1st, we're going to be under the certification of the following fiscal year's budget that will include this.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
So, and I'm supportive of this. I just wanted to know, is this for this one time? In other words, it's, let's say December 25th to June 30th, but then in the future, it'll be on.
Yeah, now that I know I need to do it in March, I'll continue to make sure that I get these done in that budget year. And the other thing that it affects they're not all here, but the other thing that it affects is for their pensions go January 1 to December 31. So it does matter for that purpose as well. To me, the way I took this is, and I appreciated Joshua getting back the opinion. If his opinion was that this was authorized by the elected official to do by calendar year, this would have been an information item, not an approval item. And that was the big difference. And so I think I've learned over the last couple of years to try not to get too far ahead of myself and be adversarial with you all, and in the sake of being transparent and coming forward and trying to seek your approval to get this accomplished. That's what this was for. And I, in that process, have already certified to the auditor, I believe, and I included Dennis and Matthew, that for fiscal year 25, I am requesting that these numbers be the numbers then moving forward.
And this
Now
is all of your deputies, correct? You had
The
5.
percentage, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, there are going to be, some of these individuals will be retiring over time, and then those percentages, as new people are promoted to new administrative positions, those percentages will fall.
And basically, to kind of like take Joshua's explanation and kind of simplify it, if we were to do it by the normal March kind of deadline, we have to approve it because it says the board shall. Because we're doing it outside of that, it's kind of like it's a vote of the board out of the goodness of our heart to work along with you to honor your wishes, basically, correct?
Yeah, I couldn't do this without the board's approval.
Yeah, this is discretionary for the board. Like he said, if it was under the normal timing of the budget cycle, you wouldn't have any choice. It would be an information item.
I guess, just for the record, to have it publicly stated, the 4 individuals, you don't have to state their names, but how long they've worked with the department so that the public knows?
Well, I mean, there's no reason not to state their name. The people that will be affected will be Captain Garrett, and Captain Garrett's, how long have you been with the sheriff's office? 16 years. 16 years, and how long in law enforcement? 23. And then you have Captain Peterson, 20-plus years, 22 years. You have Lieutenant Armstrong, I think he's 37 years with the sheriff's office now. And then Lieutenant Henriksen is 30-plus, I believe 30-plus years.
Thank you.
Yep.
Is December 25th going to mess anything up on the previous calendar year for any reason, bookkeeping wise?
No, it will not, because it's paid in January. It
Okay.
won't affect any
Okay.
W-2s or any tax implications.
Okay.
I'd move the December 25th to June 30th approval.
Second.
Motion by Taylor, second by Radig. Any other questions? Okay, thanks for coming forward a couple
right.
weeks ago with this.
Thank you.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 13 from the Board of Supervisors, Mr. Taylor, is A and B. A is for information. This is discussion of creation of a maintenance fund for the historic Woodbury County Courthouse.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So we are in one of the finest buildings in the state of Iowa, and that was recognized nearly 6 years ago. We had a wonderful centennial and had a lot of festivities and architects and those who were admiring this building and valued it at $90 to $120 million. But beyond the monetary value, we know that the tributes to military service, the history that's here, the artistry and the court system, that we need to preserve it for the next 100 years. I'm going to admit off the bat that I was initially, maybe it was a sticker shock at the LEC Authority's maintenance fund, but I think I've become a believer in having some conversations that we do need to have funds that are going to be on hand to preserve our buildings, and this building in particular, for the next 100 years. And so just looking at and in conversations with Kenny Schmitz, our Building Services Director, we could start maybe $250,000 this year. I think we're in a better tax position through the good work of this board and the collective efforts. And so whether that is advanced or helped by local option sales tax and gaming and transfers and the budget work this board still has left to do, this maintenance fund over 10 years, just at $250,000, would amass $2.5 million. And if you coupled that with current bonding limitations, would allow us to start looking at more major projects, such as tuck pointing or courthouse windows, the terracotta. And there's a list that Kenny has. But in speaking with the chairman, thought it would be appropriate just to put it on for information tonight, because we need to see first and foremost our commitment to taxpayers. But once having the levy be flat and in rural basic maybe go down, to be able to at least have a start, I think that this is a good item just to start the conversation about. I know some have also mentioned Trosper Hoyt, and so a couple of things informationally, I think, whether this is solely dedicated to this building, that's a question of discussion and would value your input there. And then also whether this fund is able to take advantage of interest. And I thought even when Kenny was presenting his items tonight, if the $35,000, let's say, is not expended, rather than just going to reserves, perhaps it could revert to this because it was originally intended for something like that. So those are my opening comments, and just wanted to start the conversation and hear from all of you what your thoughts are.
So I guess, you brought that up just now, and I was tallying it as we did the budget here You know, there were about 7 different funding sources there, building, equipment, plumbing, electrical, HVAC, and equipment, that as line items, you know, we put the same amount pretty much annually in there. But if you look on past expenditures, you know, we'll put 4,800 in electrical and maybe spend $40, you know, so instead of having that go back to reserves, I do think that would be, you know, more ideal if we earmark that to be part of that maintenance fund the following year. And I would like to see that fund potentially be for like in all buildings rather than just one building, because we never know which building could have an emergency project that would be a much higher dollar project. So those are my thoughts. Like I said, I call them what-if funds, you know, that we're putting out there, and between those, what was it, 7 buildings, it was $196,385. And I know that we're never gonna have zero in those actual expenditures, but if you spend half of it, you've got 100,000 you could roll over into this maintenance fund the following year and not have to tax for it.
Mr. Raddick, what specific line items were you talking about earmarking? Just operating for the courthouse or all buildings?
It was, so say like under courthouse, there's like 5 or 6 different line items that came up there, but it was maintenance of building, maintenance of equipment, maintenance of plumbing, maintenance electrical, maintenance HVAC, and those particular line items, anything that you didn't spend, instead of having it roll back to reserves, it goes into the maintenance fund.
I like that idea in terms of the reversion of funds. This item contemplates a direct allocation of funds each year. So for example, here's $250,000, but I agree that could be amassed even more instead of just saying, well, let's let it roll back to reserves. If it wasn't used, it could be used for that. And I want to bifurcate a little bit, and so this would be something to contemplate. You know, rather than sort of nickel and diming it down, we're looking in the spirit of what the LAC authority is, large capital investment projects for which we wouldn't be able to potentially pass a bond issue, but we've saved in the years of plenty for the, you know, biblical years of want. So that kind of thing.
I appreciate your thoughts, Keith, and one thing that I would ask, and maybe Treasurer Bertrand can answer this, but could we set an account that could be invested, and those funds could grow if there's years that we don't have to take anything out of it? Would there be investment opportunity where we could grow that with interest?
And sorry to interrupt, but, and how that would be different from just keeping them in reserves?
Correct.
Good evening. Tina Bertrand, Woodbury County Treasurer. There's a couple of different things that you could do. If you wanted to designate it something that was outside of what the state designates funds for, and you wanted to do that, we could set up a fund. We'd work with both Dennis and Michelle on that, and then we could segregate those accounts, the cash portion of it, so that it's actually identified, so it's not getting washed in everything else. So yes, we could invest them. We could look aggressively at it if we needed to or wanted to. One thing that, a comment, and this is kind of beyond my role as treasurer, and this goes back to my past working experience, is working with capital plans and stuff like that. I know Kenny works very hard at it, and I think he does a great job at it, but is it worth the board maybe taking a real hard look at what the capital improvements might need to be in the future, where we're at now, and start designating some of those funds, start looking at a comprehensive capital plan. I think the LEC is a great kind of starting point for the county with what they're, just in concept, and what that approach could look like. You know, it's pretty common to have a capital plan and say, okay, we're going to have these designated funds assigned to these projects and these designated funds assigned to this project. Or, you know, we can't use these funds for these types of things. We know we have some of those designated funds right now. So a good comprehensive capital improvement plan would be beneficial to the county. And again, I think Kenny probably has a lot of it already amassed, probably just reformatted and taking a look at it with the funding overlay to it.
But just to reiterate, how would it be different than keeping them in reserves as far as earning interest on the money?
Depends on how aggressive you want to get with it.
Well, we don't want to lock these funds up in a, treasury bill and not be able to pay for a emergency because it's in, or give up interest income because we have to get the money back or we can't get to it. That's, I don't think what we
Well,
want.
some of it is, okay, so Supervisor Angstake bringing up a really good point. What's the difference between we're working on 25 different CDs that we have within the county and we ladder it so that they're constantly coming up and we're looking at it. Do we want to reinvest it? Do we want to spend it? Do we want to reinvest it? Do we want to spend it? There's not a whole lot of difference other than the board wanting to make a dedicated account for these type of things, which is what I'm actually taking away from the agenda item that is on in front of the board right now. It's actually making a commitment to designate these funds for this purpose. Outside of a code-required designation, the board can do that if they want to. I think Dennis has something else that he would like to add.
The only word of caution I have is if you keep setting up these designated funds, invest them for interest, this is gonna hurt our general basic, and every dollar we lose in general basic is a dollar increase in taxes. So you better be careful that you don't set up $5 million worth of accounts, you lose 200,000, that takes it right away from our general basic, which is a tax fund, and these others are not tax funds. That's the caution I have. It could hurt us in the long run if we keep setting up these different funds, because like United 11 wants their money invested. There's several entities want their money invested that weren't invested before, so that's taken away from us, general basic. That's all I have to say.
How would it be different, Dennis, than when we sold the county farm and we earmarked, or you earmarked approximately 2 million for the next 1 or 2 budgets? Those funds were a part of all of these 25 products, correct? Where you're just having a certain amount in cash, a certain amount maturing at this date, this date, this date. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So
But that
it-
went into the general basic fund. We didn't set a separate fund
Okay.
for the sale of the farm.
Okay,
Now, we would have set a separate fund for the 2.5 million, said, let's put the interest in there, that draws away from our general basic. But we put the 2.5 million into the general basic to invest until we use it.
okay.
That makes sense?
So if it's within general basic, it wouldn't practically change.
It wouldn't affect us, no.
It would just change if we set up something outside of it.
Yes.
So we could
Like
earmark
annuity fund or
inside,
whatever.
earmark inside general basic, but not necessarily, we might not want to set up a separate fund somewhere else that
Correct,
has its own investments.
correct.
And I would agree with that. I don't think we want to be making a decision like, we're not going to need this emergency money for exactly 6 months, and then just roll the dice.
And some of it goes back to the overall, what the board wants to accomplish and how they want to be able to earmark that money. And if it's general basic funds, but still kind of identified, I guess, specific. So we have probably 35 cash accounts, right? So we have a difference between what we have for funds and what we have for cash. And those two should align in some form or fashion. And how are we actually tracking all of that investment and all that investment income? So we have some accounts that are code required, designated, separate accounts that we have to put that money back in. It has to be spent on those items. Opioids is one of the most recent ones that came up. Any interest we get on that money has to go back into that fund, has to be spent on those designated expenditures or those allowable expenditures. But we also have a host of other bank accounts out there. All of that interest goes into general basic. We track them at funds, we can track them as cash accounts. If you wanted to do a special one for maintenance, set up a fund for it, set up a cash account for it, so it's easy to see it. You could, but it doesn't necessarily restrict you from keeping it as a general basic fund. So if you wanted to reallocate some of those, like you would in any other budget session, reallocate some of that money or that investment income someplace else, you could.
So this is perhaps broadening the topic, but, you know, we received, during the, was it during the centennial when we received, you know, the actual value of the courthouse and kind of an action plan on things to do? And one reason we haven't done any tuck pointing is because, Kenny, didn't it cost like 250, like what was the amount for scaffolding? Like just to set up scaffolding, sorry,
No, you're.
Treasurer, just to set up scaffolding to fix one side of the building, and it cost the same whether we did one side or the whole courthouse. What was that approximate figure?
Sure. I don't remember that figure, Matthew, but you bring up a very good point. That is why we were not able to move forward with doing any of the work on the courthouse. I have sitting before me on this sheet, a list of 5 priorities for work for the courthouse. All of those priorities exceed
Bonding capacity.
our capacity, so we can't do them. That is the problem, and that is why, yes, I would like to see you set up some kind of funding, for instance, whether it be the courthouse or all the buildings, or whatever you all decide. Also, one of my goals, aside from that, is to get away from what is a capital improvement project. Getting away from those caps and the paperwork and the meetings that come along with that would greatly advance or untie our hands from what we can do. If we had the cash, we could go do something. If we had the funds, we could just do it. If we don't, and we have to do a capital improvement project, that started off with a hearing. That's just one item on the agenda that has to take place. When I do one of those, that starts a process that is a minimum of 6 weeks of meetings with the board to get all those approvals. Our treasurer's going to say they've changed that. The Iowa State's made some changes to their policy. I've looked into it. Yes, they have. It's not gotten any better. So the county doesn't have to, per se, go out and get 3 bids for a project, but now the subcontractor they hire does. So I'm told that process, although it changed, it didn't get better. So one of the other things that's is important, and I hate to use this as an example, but I'm going to. Although our new LEC project is a very, very large one compared to a lot of other projects we do, if the county were to, let's just say we had $68 million to go build a new LEC, we would go out and we'd pick the best contractor we knew was available, and we'd have them build that building. We wouldn't necessarily have to go through a bid process. If we knew who the best was and that they were fairly priced, we would go after them. Same with anything else that you do. If you want to hire an architect, an engineer, you'd go choose the best, who you knew was the best if you've worked with them before, or past practices. So that eliminates a lot of problems in the long run when you do a project.
I think to your original question, I think it was between $8 and $10 million for a total, if that sounds right, back in the Centennial when we looked at tuck pointing the whole building. And 1.5, we didn't want to do a certain percentage, which is to
Right,
your
right. We didn't
point.
want to
Yeah.
do one face because the scaffolding would cost the same amount, but I think the scaffolding was like $1 million. Was that $1 million, Dennis?
It's a $500,000
$500,000.
per time. That's why the board considered doing 2 phases.
Okay,
That was before COVID.
yeah,
And it was
so,
estimated 8 to
yeah.
10 million, because I think Baker Group did a study on the building, what needed to be done.
Mm-hmm.
And say it's before COVID. Who knows what it costs now?
And that wasn't Baker Group that did that.
It's Terry Glade, wasn't it?
Excuse me?
Wasn't it Terry Glade?
No,
CMBA?
no, it was not.
Yeah.
It was a gentleman called Franks.
Is there a chance that Mark and, or maybe just we all get a new zip drive of all that information?
No, absolutely.
Because we had a real great presentation on it, and we got to see all the numbers. You know, and that's the kind of strategic planning that was done at the time, but we haven't been able to do anything with it because, one, bigger priority across the street, and two, pretty much the most important parts of that project exceeded our bonding authority, our bonding capacity as far as the 1.2 million per year. So nothing has moved. So.
Right.
And I do want to just say, I want to commend Kenny for doing all these projects that have been under that, like the all LED lighting, the globes, the courthouse windows. But you're right, those each had to be under 1.2, and it's time to start looking longer term.
So our total there, just for reference, was, in the estimate, it was Frank's Design Group was the name of the person, but he was a preservation person, so this is basically what he did, was his ballpark, and he worked with the National Park Service. But 12.8 million was the estimate back then.
So one of the other things I want to add about strategic planning or capital planning or whatever nomenclature you want to use, and the hearing processes that have to happen when you actually go out and do a project of a substantial size, is the opportunity that can you do a strategic plan, get it approved by the board, right? It's something that you're working towards to help alleviate some of the stuff and maybe be able to group some of those projects together, particularly if they're like types of work. And when you're dealing with several different buildings, if it's roofing replacements or if it's parking lot repairs or, lighting, sometimes you have the opportunity when you have a strategic plan like that, that you can actually group those because it's part of your plan. It's something the board has already approved. It's something that's already been presented to the public. And then you still have to go through the bidding process, which is to go out. And I think that's part of the public hearing process that Kenny's referring to, is you have to advertise it, then you got to bid it, you got to collect your bids, you got to do all this other stuff, and be able to work in that fashion. But at least then you have a different economy of scale. If you're going to go out and do a bid, go out for a big bid instead of trying to break them up into less than $100,000 every time, so that you don't have to do all that. The process that Kenny was alluding to in terms of some of the changes in construction procurement within the state, which is the guaranteed maximum price. It's selection-based, it's qualifications-based selection of your contractor and how they do it. Haven't looked down deep enough to see if subcontractors are still required to bid. It is kind of a moving target right now, in terms of how that wants to change in the state of Iowa. But there's some really good opportunities there, particularly for counties like Woodbury, who have a lot of projects that would be nice that they could go out and hire an architect that they've got experience with, or even a contractor that is a qualifications based, so that you actually have a little bit more input in terms of what you think the end results is, instead of doing the low bid all the time. Low bid, hard bid is the lowest financial fit from a fiscal perspective, but there can be a lot of change orders that actually just drive that cost up more than if you actually were able to get that contractor on board and sit down and develop your plan with the architect. So lots of opportunities in the future, that I think we just have to look at as we get there.
Yeah, I like the option of not having to choose a little bit if we're not sure they're going to be the best. Because at the end of the day, the contingency it totally depends upon the contractor. And
Correct.
sometimes the judgment of the experts, Kenny, or decisions the board would make if it had the opportunity to, would save a lot of money at the end of the day.
Just having the expertise up front before you actually hit construction during the
Right.
design phase, to be able to assist an architect saying, well, maybe we can look at this option first, or as an alternative, and then work those problems out before you get to construction and start delaying some of those because you're waiting for those decisions to be made. I think there's still lots to be said with our state legislators on that. So. Any other?
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
So I say this in a good-natured way, but you've had quite the conversion experience, Mr. Taylor, on maintenance funds. I don't know if the levy situation through general basic is something we want to use for this. Perhaps a transfer function when we see where the budget is at. I know we have some different deadlines to be aware of. But if we are committed to maintaining as close to a flat rate as possible, then it wouldn't make much sense to next week hamstring ourselves by raising a levy. When we do have we do have excess reserves over the 20 to 25% ballpark figure that we target. Transfers can happen any time of the year, not necessarily in the budget process. And my other, something I feel very strongly about hearing this discussion, and it kind of, and I think we can all agree that this would happen as it's happening with the LEC maintenance fund, which is the discussion of what does it fund? Does it fund operating? Because what if we build up this fund, you know, let's say we have a different opinion going forward, we have a couple new board members, and then we're like, let's just use that fund to pay for electrical bills, you know? And that can be defined as maintenance. So I think Kenny mentioned 5 projects he has in mind. I think it would do the board a lot better to, if we're gonna do this, target like one thing and be transparent about what we're targeting. And it's probably gonna be something that's probably not a bond issue, emergency function. It's just something that needs to be done for the long-term health of the building. Something like tuck pointing. I'm not saying it has to be that, but something where we have to get to a certain high number to do it. And it's gonna take some time, and we have a goal, and we're going to get there, you know? And whether we fund that through, let's say I like Keith's idea about, maintenance we've already budgeted for maintenance, so maybe we just take that off, it wouldn't happen in the budget year in the calendar year we're discussing, it'd be the next one, because we know that June 30th. But we could do something like that, or we could just look at, maybe the percentage points above, say, 25 or 23 of the reserves, like anything is kind of just, when we find out what the budget reserves are at a certain date or upon Dennis's annual report or something like that, then we move that over to this fund to do, let's say, tuck pointing, something that's very expensive that has to be done at some point. Because I feel strongly that if we just set up this maintenance fund with the idea to grow it, we're gonna argue about where it's going, what can you spend up to $5,000 out of it? Can Kenny go into it if he needs to replace a boiler in another building we didn't even think about? I mean, we need to be kind of intentional. We need to set a goal. We need to figure out what 1 or 2 projects we're going to pursue, in my opinion, or we're not going to get there. We're going to get halfway there, and something smaller is going to come up, and we're going to say, we don't want to spend the budget on this. We want to spend this fund on it, and we're never going to get to that, huge number we just mentioned. So that's my thought.
I think you're absolutely right. The reason the taxpayers become concerned about funds like these are that they're built up, and then in 8 or 10 years, there could be turnover of the board. So I think having some policy parameters like this is not for employees, this is not for operational, and then maybe some broad brush strokes like it's the intention of the board of supervisors, even though we can't bind a future board, for structural types of projects. I don't want to get too narrow so that if we just have one and all of a sudden there's another thing, but I think your point's very well taken, that we want to say these are the kinds of projects, capital improvement for the life of the building, so that it doesn't become, the board of, 2033 says this. The other thing that I think is important is a consistent funding stream. And so I don't know, this is just an idea, but in talking to Dennis, he talked a little bit about gaming revenues, which we know each year are there. My only one word of caution would be in some years where we don't have as healthy a reserve level Does it not become funded and then go by the wayside? Just a question or something to think about for whatever that's worth.
Yeah, sorry.
Only a few thoughts. I would say it needs to be building by building funds, and I agree with you, Chairman Long. We need to have specific projects, but also it has to be total building replacement. I've said it before. When I came to this county 10 years ago, I was intrigued how a building like this, from its inception, has no maintenance or replacement fund. And so my concern is that the counties, our country, states, maybe not Iowa, because we've got a lot in our reserves, but run off debt. Debt is. It seems that debt is the only way that our country functions, and I'm concerned that, like with CIP projects, all these little things that just nickel and dime us on interest, that we're still being beholden by that. So my goal for maintenance fund may be the wrong word, but these replacement, I'd call them replacement funds, need to be long-term for every building. Each building is earmarked. I'm concerned, Supervisor Raddick, if we just do one general fund, I've seen that with, in the nonprofit world, which I've managed before, church funds, where some of those monies have been sucked up to one emergency, and then there's nothing left for another department, another part of the building. And so I would like to see it earmarked and guided per building. But I would, to answer your question, even in shortfall years, I think you still have to fund these things and keep the funding going. But I would use loss funds. I would use interest income, gambling, the gambling funds. I would use all that. I'm just concerned long term for the county. Anyhow.
I mean, unless we can legally get into a contractual relationship with ourselves, I don't know, Joshua, if we can bind a future board.
Sure.
As far as what we're going to do next year.
Right.
But the point's well taken.
Sure.
I mean, I think we can come up, I think what we need to do is have Kenny work on, I think we need to review as a board that document about the courthouse. And Kenny needs to come up with 1, 2, or 3 major goals. And they don't have to be sequential, but just major goals and the costs as they are now and what they might be in 10 years from now. And maybe we figure out a goal that we have a passive resolution, we have maybe even a policy that says X amount is going towards this, just like we committed to set aside $150,000 for the Expo Center through gaming. We made that work. Whether we have different, we allocate a certain amount of gaming and then we come up with the rest, or it's our policy to do something above X percent of reserves is an additional amount. But I think it's got to be informed by, by Kenny and the costs. And we got to be aware that saving up for 5 or 10 years is going to be more expensive then. So I think it's good to target those things, because if we come up with if it gets really bad but it doesn't mean the courthouse is going to necessarily collapse, those are things that don't pass bond issues. The people are going to say, well, you should have been thinking about that earlier and it'll be fine. I mean, there's plenty of people even now that say the old jail would have been fine and we should just let that go. So we'll never convince anyone that the courthouse preservation is an issue for the voters to approve. It's a planning issue for us to set aside. And if we don't have a goal, if we don't have a few projects, or at least a menu, I would say, like, these are the 10 projects that this has to be spent on. Otherwise, the board has to review it again or something like that, I think is what we need. Yes?
I was just waiting for you to finish. I was gonna say,
I'm
again,
finished.
Past experiences, comprehensive planning, and being able to see that funding overlay, which is exactly where you're at with Supervisor Rung, is that, you can allocate your funds. So instead of actually doing a designation of maintenance funds or whatever we want to call it, you could do that. But you could also do a plan, a very comprehensive plan, and say, these projects we're going to use gaming revenue, these projects, and just allocate whatever percentage of those gaming revenues you want to, kind of like we do with the budgeting, like you're doing right now, budgeting for each different department. A capital improvement, building renewal, whatever you want to call it, maintenance reserve, that kind of a plan is huge, because you go from being the firefighter, putting out the emergency needs, and spending extra money because you're having to do emergency services and bring that stuff in overnight and not be able to get the best price on thing, to being able to actually work through a plan where all of a sudden you're making headway and you're actually restoring your buildings, you're actually getting ahead of it and not having to incur additional damage because we waited too long on the roof and the roof leaked and now we have more interior damage that we have to fix. That is something that even for future boards, if it's done in an open meeting and actually approved and processed, you do somewhat tie up some of that extra money going forward. You look at that 5, 10, 15, 20 years, but the 5-year one is the big one. I would make the recommendation that you actually take the step now, do a full comprehensive, that whole laundry list, and it could be pages long, that you've actually looked at it, and then maybe there's only 5 or 10 that you can actually address in the next couple of years, but you've actually demonstrated to the community, you're looking at it. If it were to ever to come to have to go out for a bond, you could demonstrate, look, we've been addressing this from a fiscal responsibility, from a planning responsibility, and we're identifying as much as we can and we're working through. I've only worked with one public client in the 25 years that I did this, that actually had more money than projects. Only one. Everybody else always had more projects than access to the money. But they did get from the firefighter stage to getting a handle on what they had to do for improvements. So I can't encourage you any stronger than I am right now that this should be a top priority for our county to be able to start looking at it very comprehensively, building by building, because you could do it, you could address it, and you could design it or format it and organize it, building by building, project by project. So that's just my 2 cents again.
And to piggyback off of that, if we're making progress and we do still need a bond at some point, we can at least go to the taxpayers and say, we've saved up 40%, and we've also kept the levy from going up. So this is, what we're putting forward. We've already saved up this money, but this is the gap we need to fill. And that's a lot easier to sell, I would think. So, good discussion. Anything else? All right, Kenny, if you would distribute that to us again. That old courthouse. I think that it was delivered to the Historical Preservation Committee at some point.
Yes, I've got it.
Yeah.
It's a,
And we know there's been no inflation since then. And
right. It's a lengthy report, but I will get it to you. I might have to put it on a couple different flash drives for you.
Yeah.
You probably actually got to add about 80%.
We're at a 0.
Yeah.
I actually, just the other day, was going to try to send that file, and it was too large to send.
The courthouse needs too much help to send by email.
Mark, I have those things you were asking for earlier, if you'd like those now or later.
Yeah, would you guys be willing to accept this? These worksheets from Kenny regarding the maintenance and repairs for the LEC that you guys can work through and decide if what should be maintenance fund or what should be county.
Is there anything that can't be received in the public record or
No,
security
no,
line?
yeah.
I'd move to receive.
Second.
Fairly basic document.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0.
I think the press had already got one from the LEC meeting, was looking through it, yeah.
All right. Any other discussion on this item?
Thanks for doing that, Kenny.
Yeah. What is this for? Oh, okay, got it. Item 13B, also from Mr. Taylor for action. This is approval to delay the public hearing for the Say Lakes Drainage District from March 19th to April 16th of this year.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So we had an informational meeting on January 18th, hosted by Veenstra and Kim. It was not a good weather night, and so we talked about an hour before whether we should delay or not. Given the late notice, didn't want to have residents who had made the drive here. So we did have about 20 from the Salix area give public commentary. The whole goal was to look at 3 different plans as we had tapped the brakes and extended the original date in order to get some more public comment. However, the overwhelming majority really had questions about cost benefit, how land was going to be assessed and classified, and whether it made more economic sense to continue to work with the Farmers Drainage District. Very, very appreciative of Andy from IT, of Joshua from the County Attorney's Office, Courthouse Security. It was a late night on a snowy night, so at almost 7 o'clock. But it was a really good opportunity to hear the concerns that people had, and we made sure that the board wasn't pushing for one thing or another, but I think giving more time will allow for members of the public to perhaps be a conduit, no pun intended, in order to help leverage some relationships if landowners see that farmers drainage may be a viable option for those residents in Salix. They have a meeting on March 14th, and I think the idea or feeling among some is let the past be the past in terms of what negotiations were had in the past, and give some potential time to see if there's fruitful negotiations. And so, Joshua, if you think that's a fair synopsis, it will take action tonight from the board to move the March 19th date to April 16th and go from there.
I'll move that for discussion.
Second?
Second by Raddick.
I'm good with it.
Good here.
Do we foresee any need for further informational meetings?
I don't think so, but I would look to, I know Patrick Mao from Veenstra and Kim has had a lot of input, it sounds like, and that was part of this. He did receive some commentary on Route 2 versus 3, and so there was a little bit of that. Unless he steps forward and says, we really need to have another one, I'll leave that to him. The same thing I think goes for farmers and any negotiations. We can provide space, but we're neither pushing nor pulling in either direction, if that's a fair assessment.
All right. Any other comments on this? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 14 from the Board of Supervisors, Mr. Nelson, for information, is LEC project updates. I'll start by moving to receive into the record the document that we have in front of us addressed to Supervisor Nelson.
Second.
Second by Nelson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for accepting this into the record. So the reason that these letters are not in the backup is we try to get the most current update as possible. So this came to me last night. We can have copies for the press if they want to take some with them. But it has been the LAC Authority's commitment since the beginning of the project to provide information once we've had information ourselves and to be otherwise transparent. Continue to work on the fire smoke damper pricing with Hausman Construction GGA for PCO 081R. Backwalks were completed in jail administration in the Lower C Security Corridor on January 16th and 17th, 2024. Punch lists were also completed in the secure area back of house in Lower C and Lower A on the same days. On January 23rd, 2024, Building Services started delivering furniture to the county attorney's space, Sheriff Administration, and Jail Administration. The delivery and install process has a 5-week duration. We had 5 semi-loads of furniture. WCICC continues to install switches and miscellaneous computers. Delbert Longley, who is the state jail inspector, will be on site February 1st, 2024 for a preliminary visit. We are currently working on fire alarms and elevator inspections. On January 29th, 30, and 31 of this month, punch lists will be created in master control, secondary control, first level of jail housing, and exterior coping if the weather permits. It looks like the weather's going to be pretty nice. Work is ongoing in Area A. Installation of hard lids, security glass, and furniture in the jail is being completed with painting and cleaning of the area. The next authority meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, January 30th, 2024 at 2 p.m. Last Wednesday, Supervisor Radig and I went out and toured the LEC. Kenny Schmitz from Building Services was there, as well as Sheriff Chad Sheehan and Chief Wingert. It was nice. It was a good group to walk through and look at that. One of the things that we talked about was the missing fire dampeners. Unlike the previous ones, there was only one of the two that needed a hole cut in the wall. That hole had actually already been cut and is ready to receive the dampener. The other dampener was just a pretty simple install. Those have been ordered, and once they arrive, they'll be installed. Keith, I don't know if you have anything you want to add from the visit?
You know, it's hard to visit and see a building that's pretty much done, you know, I mean, it's little things, and of course, you know, I know one thing that wasn't on this letter and wasn't mentioned, the evidence shelving that's down in that area, that's supposed to start soon or be delivered soon. That was one other thing that was on the list of items I wrote down. And I don't know if you've started any training with accurate controls yet, but that's supposed to start soon, very soon. It was about 30 days. The other thing, again, you know, of course, thinking the way I think walking through there is that I'm pretty sensitive to temperature, and I didn't really notice a whole lot of changes in temperature throughout the building, except for in an area where the door had been left open, or there was not a transition strip or something underneath the door, so cold air was getting in. But I think that would pass any kind of inspection without ASI 10. So I would like to get inspections done and get ASI 10 as we go. That's, again, a personal preference suggestion. They were working on just small things like replacing doors that had been tagged as faulty or not, you know, correct. There was the one guy painting, touching up. There was an individual that was putting like a transition from one floor to another at a doorway, working on those. And of course, it could take them days just to do all those in that building because it's such a massive scale of a building. But all in all, when you look at that building, that's pretty much ready to go. It just needs these inspections, needs the training. I think we're ready to rock.
I mean, this was the fastest walkthrough that I had done. We were there just a little over an hour. I mean, it's a massive building, and we didn't even go up to the upper level. So, I mean, it's a big space. There's a lot to see. So anyway, we have a meeting next week. I'm assuming that we're gonna probably still have the LEC will have a closed session at 2:30, and then with like a joint closed session at most likely 3:15, and go on from there. So that's all I have to report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And the next budget hearings for the board are not as long as today, so they could probably take place between that and continue if needed. So we'll let the LAC joint take precedence and work around that. You know, just let us know what you think is appropriate amount of time when you know, better idea. Anything else to add, Mr. Nelson?
Actually, let me ask Kenny on this form, and I remember I asked you up there for the other fork, and I don't remember ACT on there. About 2/3 of the way down.
Acoustical time.
Okay, that's right. Yep. Thank you.
Obviously.
Gosh, I can't believe I couldn't remember that.
I still can't remember what ASI stands for.
LEC stands for Law Enforcement Center. Yeah, we get, yeah. All right, hearing nothing else. A lot of extra.
Or
cash.
it could stand for a lot of extra cash. Let's just be honest.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nelson. Item 15, reports on committee meetings.
The only thing I have is, last night I was at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. They were talking about the utility scale solar, and a good meeting. A lot of people were there, packed room. It was great to see all the babies and the kids here. So it was. They were chiming in, especially the babies. They were getting loud in the later half of the meeting. They were really vocal about their opinions. But anyhow, no, it was a really great meeting. Most of the mood was most of the farmers were fine for utility solar in the general industrial district, but overall, not out in ag preservation. They wanted to not see that there. But it was great. Voices on both sides of the aisle. It was great participation by our great citizens of the county. The board is just still reviewing, gaining more information. They haven't made a decision. And so they're waiting for the comprehensive plan to come out, the 2040 comprehensive plan. So they're waiting on that. But I asked Dan Priestley to come real quick and just give a quick synopsis. What are the next steps for the board? So just briefly, Dan, 1 or 2 minute just synopsis. What's the next steps, just so everyone's aware for Planning City?
Yeah, I'd like to repeat what you said. We had a really good meeting last night, around, I think, about 50 people on the list. And after 5 public hearings and 2 work sessions, they did come to a conclusion for a recommendation as far as the general industrial land. What they'd like to see at this juncture is a conditional use permit under the same policy that we have, but with extra conditional use language to facilitate the permitting in the industrial area. So they did direct staff to review some language, and they also directed us to run it through the county attorney's office for vetting. However, as Supervisor Bittinger referenced, we had the comprehensive plan public hearing to coincide with that, and there are opportunities to look at possibility of future mapping with the overlay scenario. We do have concerns that this comprehensive plan has been kind of in development for several years. There hasn't been a whole lot of utility grassroots interaction as far as demand of these projects. And so with being in the 11th hour of that respective debate, we kind of want to assess the situation for possible future proposals. So I see a recommendation coming your way once it gets kind of vetted through the county attorney's office and our office as well. So.
I'd just like to say, Dan, you've done a lot of work on this. I mean, I've seen some of all the information you've gathered, and I mean, you've had a lot of meetings. And I don't know if people realize that commission's volunteers, and they put in a lot of time, not just at the hearings, but outside of it, reviewing all the stuff that you found. So, I mean, hats off to you and your people and the zoning commission, board of adjustment, because they've put in a lot of work the last 5-6 months. So.
Thank you. They definitely, I think, appreciate that. And just one little kind of side note, we found this technology great, so we appreciate the chance to be able to use the basement. And it's assisted us in compiling some type of form of transcript. There's been a lot of detail, as you mentioned, information come out of it. And the mechanisms where we upload the meetings to the YouTube and link them to the website. YouTube, after I think a couple hours of actually uploading the file to the website, it will generate a form of a transcript, and we've been able to kind of run in there and be able to extract it and try to say who said what to an extent, but it's very helpful on gleaning the qualitative data that we need from the public to kind of assess where folks are on these respective issues.
But I will say you got me in trouble because I had people call me and say, "That was so nice. The planning and zoning had a rural meeting. When can we get the supervisors out here?" And so I had 3 different towns call and ask me that. So, and I talked with Chairman Ung about that. So hopefully we can get a rural meeting scheduled sometime. But anyway, thanks for what you do.
Yep. Thanks, Dan, very much.
Any other reports on committee meetings?
I had a couple. I had SEDC, which got canceled, so I guess I didn't have that. But Community Action Agency, and you guys get their minutes, so but that's what I had.
Just wanted to make note, the Martin Luther King Jr. celebration was on Sunday evening, and Honorable Judge Robert Tiefenthaler, Third Judicial District Judge, first African-American judge in the Third Judicial District, and one of only 15 out of 385 judges of minority status. Just an amazing, amazing life story. Adopted as a biracial child growing up in Breda, Iowa, facing a farming community of 500, and adults treated him very well, kids not so much. And just how he was able to overcome with resiliency, the value of education, sometimes facing unwelcomed comments, but doing so with nonviolence and in the spirit of Martin Luther King Jr., working for justice and for peace, and was happy to have our 3 girls and 3 high schoolers from East and North and West present, and just one of the best speeches I think I've ever heard. So wanted to report that back.
Thank you. Item 16, any citizen concerns? Seeing no citizens. Item 17, any board concerns? We will take a 5-minute recess after this before we return to budgeting, but any board concerns on this item? Hearing none, we're in recess. 5 minutes.
I guess one thing on Community Action Agency, it wasn't in the minutes, they called Kevin Grind.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that typo.
I said the one thing that won't be in the minutes is they called him Kevin Grind.
All the things that need to be done.
He's an Iowa State graduate.
That's the 12
Well, yeah. I turned it another. I turned it.
Yeah, I don't know the answer. That's a waste of time. Comprehensive plan is a waste of time.
I told Donnie to leave and meet me at Chili's when you see Kevin out. Do you have a date set yet? It took 7 years to get a ring. Now you said.
Took 6 for me, so.
So I don't know, we haven't even really talked about it.
Right? That's the answer right there.
Behind the board of supervisors do an exercise where we go through, kind of get all of our inputs on what items do we see as capital expenses, what items should be. The LAC did at our meeting last week, I thought was very helpful. I think once we execute that, we can kind of get to a number where the county will be responsible for, certain things up to a certain amount.
Karen, let's order some pizza.
Kenny?
Get some sushi.
Okay, well, Kenny.
Me too.
It's like 90%, and it's different than what it's like a 2.4% increase, but cost of living or step raises are usually at least 2%. And then I'm also budgeting potentially 3 people to be different, which are severance, budget too, so.
Fair enough. And we're not asking for more money, I'm here to say, again, that's your help. I don't want to talk. I don't want to have to take off the hat, show the full head, talk. No, so you talk to Chris. We hired a guy. Another guy. We had a
He probably heard me say,
but it's tough.
I assume so. I didn't realize.
Next year, can we use the growth facilities and it's just
Michelle said he heard his name.
Things are starting
And the date.
We gotta go on that, and that's why I don't go.
Yeah.
Me too.
Recess is over. Back to work. I'd like to call Chad Sheehan to the stand.
Yes.
What do you have to say for yourself on item C5, correctional facility, page 11 to 14? But before that, Dr. Scaff, you have some payroll corrections on it?
Yes, this one would need to be increased by 29,185, and that is due to moving individuals into Fund 2. So there'll be an offset on that fund.
Okay.
Does that include benefits?
Yes, that, I'll get you the lines, that
Can you give
includes
me, okay,
benefits.
that's good.
And it'll be offset where?
We had some individuals that we moved to the supplemental fund, so
Oh, okay.
you'll see that on an upcoming item. I believe we have a different section in the budget for that, don't we?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, the changes don't affect the bottom line. Those, right, they're just shifts in personnel.
Well, they do in a way because one's out general basic, one's out general sup. So we'll have a little variance there, but I'll have a new sheet adjusted next week.
And we'll have percent deputy changes in some of them as well
Yes.
that do affect it.
Yes. So I don't know if you have any questions for me or
Can you
some of the, go ahead.
give your input on how you came to the 3.2 million for care prisoners? Assuming at least the July 1.
Yeah, so
Fiscal year.
I'm looking at some of my scratch, and we're looking at, July and August having 50 inmates in the new facility. September, October having 75, and then November through June having 100 inmates. And that total comes to 3.2. I am very hopeful that that is a conservative number. Chief Wingert's not here to defend himself, so I can, and neither is Captain Harlow, who are more in charge of the operational side of running the jail, but I am going to push them as hard as I can push them to increase those numbers, but am always going to defer to their expertise on doing it safely. But I think that 3.2 million, if we get in when we hope we're going to, is a conservative number that we should be able to reach.
Do you need a month approximately or two from when you're occupying the building to when you would take the first 50?
No, the meeting that I had with the marshals is, as soon as we get in the building, I think we can probably increase their numbers. Right now, I think yesterday there was 13, or maybe sometime, I think it was over the weekend, and I'm not sure about yesterday, but there were 13 federal inmates in the current jail. I think we can increase the number by 10 almost the first week. And then once we get in there for a week or two, the plan is to start going, increasing 10 to 20 at a time, hopefully every other week. And then my thought is, I kind of compare it to having kids. When you've had 3 or 5, there's really not that much difference. You can only be so busy in a week anyways. And, you know, and I say that only half jokingly. I think that once we get to a certain number of federal inmates, whether we increase it by 50 or we get it up to 100, it's not going to be that much of a task. It's just getting that first extra 50 to 75, and how we manage that's going to be the part that's going to take the longest time, which I hope is only a few months at the most.
If and when that number increases, is that sort of the number you were planning on when you increased the staffing, the 100 level? Or
Yeah, somewhere,
is-
yes,
Okay.
somewhere between that 100 and 150
Okay.
level is where, and again, it's a guess. I think it's a pretty good educated guess that that's the staffing that we're gonna need for it. And as we've told the staff all along on a lot of questions that come up with this new move, is we're all gonna learn this on the fly, because it's a new facility and it's new, some new technology. There's a lot of new things. So, but I think where we're at, I feel very comfortable we can handle the 100 with the staff that we have. If for some reason we get in there and that is not accurate, just like before, I will be reaching out to you guys as soon as I know anything that would change any of those numbers. I would notify you and let you know immediately.
So along that line of thought,
Yep.
looking at your, like, for food and for health services assistance, for those numbers, did you figure like a full jail day one of the fiscal, or did you kind of work it up?
So their staff is going to increase day one, because we're going to start increasing people, and so they won't be able to delay hiring additional nurses, you know, until we get to 100, because they're not hiring part-time nursing staff. So that number is going to be affected immediately. I think we increased it 3.5. One year it had went up 4%. One year it went up 3%. So to have a conservative guess, we put the 3.5. That way we'd have enough to cover. We think that's a fair number, and that's how we came up with that. Food is dependent on how many people are in there on a particular day. Obviously, the food costs will go up the more people we have in there, but the cost per inmate goes down the more people we have in there.
Sure.
Mr. Taylor?
So on the maintenance contracts, which is the last page, 44,900, are those I know that's like our favorite word tonight, maintenance, but are those maintenance contracts?
Which page is it?
So page 14.
14.
Are those, I know Kenny had 40,000 some odd for building. Are those for other things like radios and?
And I might have to ask Jennifer for that, radios.
So there's nothing for the building in terms of.
Is it
Okay.
for tasers and all the, yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to
Wouldn't
make-
that be the security equipment, the controls and those kind of things too, or is that all just under Kenny's?
No, I believe that would be under ours. I believe those would fall under ours.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so, yeah, not building maintenance, equipment maintenance. And so just, I guess reiterating the point, I think it's a conservative estimate, but I think as Dennis has instructed me in years past, it's better to plan for for the worst case scenario. And then, I have a number in my mind that I think is more accurate, that's higher than the 3.2, but 3.2 is a conservative thing in case there's other delays that we're not aware of. I just don't want to deal with that issue.
So again, this is based upon 50 for the first 2 months for July, starting with July.
Yes.
75 the next 2 months and 100 going forward.
Yes.
Okay.
I'd move to receive.
Second.
Motion by Taylor, second by Radig, with the increase of 29,185. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 6 is administration, page 15. And there's another payroll update for this, Michelle.
Yes, this one will be related to the appointed deputy increases that would follow through in July as the percentage of the sheriff's pay, and that will increase this amount by $14,750, and that includes benefits.
That's based upon the comp board number?
Yes, that's
Okay.
based upon the comp board recommendations.
I think I know where I made my math error earlier when I was saying 12,000. That was for the whole fiscal year, and I didn't divide it by 2 to account for only January to. They would give me more time in math class, I could have got an A.
Matthew said, based on the comp board, not the new recommendation July 1st. This is based on July 1st of last year.
This is based on the current comp board recommendations for fiscal year '25, which was 3%.
But that isn't effective till July 1st. How can you give raises on something that's not even been approved by the board? Secondly, it didn't take effect till July 1st. It should be on his raises back on his regular wage now.
It's 3% on his wages right now, applied as a percentage to the deputies. Of
Okay,
a
'cause then they'll get
81.
another raise July 1st based on his new salary.
Yeah, no. Their percentage won't change July 1st. Their percentage will still stay 82,
Right.
82, 82, 84, and
The-
85.
From January
The
1st
math
to
is-
June 30th,
the-
those percentages
the-
have to be taken on his wage as he currently is, not on
Yes.
the new.
The
Yes,
sheriff's
they are.
wage
Yes, they
right
are.
now.
They
Same
are.
page.
They are.
Yes, 3% on his wages right
Yeah.
now, and then
Right.
82%
Okay,
of
that's
that is
good.
what's
Yeah.
projected.
Yeah, no, you can't advance the comp board
No.
raise
No.
before everyone
No,
else.
yeah. No,
Just one question.
it's on the current.
Do we know on 42,601,
Yep.
professional services, it's like $165 so far this year, and a couple of years before where there was nothing, it's $10,000.
The administration. So the professional services was if I can't remember who was all on the board then. There was some question about getting some legal opinions from, it was Doug Phillips, I believe, on an issue, and then there was a question about whether or not, it was when I was going to give the percentage deputies, not longevity pay, I can't think.
Supplemental.
Supplemental
Yeah.
pay. And then I sought a legal opinion from Doug Phillips. There was some debate on the board whether you guys wanted to cover that expense or not. And so then what I did is in the next fiscal year, I took 10,000 from a different part of the budget, and I created a line item for professional services, which the county attorney's office have in their budget to seek outside legal counsel. So that, we discussed that last year during the budget process, that's what that was for, so that if there was something that you all decided that you didn't think I should get an opinion from an attorney, the line item covers it, and I wouldn't need the approval of the board to get that later.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Big jump in machinery and equipment, is that, again?
Is this the one on?
63,500?
Yeah. What page are you on? I'm sorry.
That's 17.
Okay. Is that the one where we had taken cars and we paid for them a year ahead, Dennis?
Yes.
And then, so there was none out of the last fiscal year in this line, so this is taking us back to the normal.
Yep.
Was this something we could fund again out of?
No, there's no ARPA money left.
I thought there was 470,000. Remember when we did the?
Well, you don't want to spend that yet until you find out if the authority's going to need that money. I wouldn't spend that, because then where you're going to come up with 470,000. I would just keep that in reserve. We'll know later down the road.
When is my only question and my only worry is
Yep.
the scoop back, claw back, whatever you want to call it,
Yep.
that, hey, if you don't have these funds dedicated, delineate, you're going to lose them. What is the drop dead date that we have to
The end
have?
of this year,
End of the calendar year?
calendar year, yes. They can be obligated up to the end of this year, and they have to be spent by 2 years later. So
Okay.
we have plenty of time to obligate, but I would not take that 470, use any of that yet till this LEC is done. 'Cause there's gonna be a lot of additional costs coming. Just caution.
No, I guess.
So this increase really takes us back to FY '23, roughly, those numbers.
Now you can take this 251, 330 out of CIP, because it's gonna be next year's expenditure in 25 that we don't borrow money till 25, 26.
But I think we're gonna use some CIP money for another item though.
Yeah, there's
Right.
gonna be some CIPs that won't be funded out of this maintenance fund if we ever set it up. This would be one of them here.
So, but the Bearcat's not anywhere in any of this discussion.
Not yet. Not yet, no.
Right.
You're right.
So I mean, if you did both of those, you're talking about a CIP of nearly 600,000.
Yep, that's fine. We just spent sheriff's, tasers and radios, 687. And these are two things that Bearcat lasts for a long time. Where we seem to replace the radio and tasers every 5 years.
So are you suggesting that, I mean, either way, it's funded, so
Yeah.
no matter what, but are you suggesting that we take the 251 and divide it out over 5 years on debt service?
Yes, because we always do a 5-year loan. If the asset's over a certain dollar amount, they last 5 years. Now, if they don't last 5 years, we shouldn't be doing it, because then we'll be replacing them again before the first ones run out that we paid for.
I'd have to double check with Lieutenant Henriksen and is Captain Garrett still back there? Are we getting 5 years out of patrol vehicles?
Well, it's pretty close. But it seems like with the newer vehicles, they aren't lasting as long as the old Crown Vics did, so it's kind of hard to say these newer vehicles don't seem to last as long.
Well,
Yeah,
the Crown
just-
Vics were tanks, so you
I
can't
just
really.
I don't wanna get, if that's a requirement, that might be, again, I leave that up to the wizard.
Be your choice, because we're already gonna have a debt service tax increase. There's no way to avoid it. But our CIP is gonna add on some dollars to what we got to levy already. We're like $1,122,000.
I guess my question is, what's the most helpful thing for what the board's trying to accomplish, which is to keep taxes flat on a general wide? I don't care about all the different sources of funds. The person
We can keep
in the
tax
community
rate
wants to know.
flat for general basic, general sup, rural basic, but you cannot for debt service. So I'd leave this 251 in general basic. For now, we can always change that down the road.
Okay. I'd move to receive then.
Second, motion by Taylor. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0.
Just clarifying, that's with the increase of 14,750.
Yes, thank you. Item 7, crime prevention, page 18.
Yep.
You did?
Yep, that one's
And
done.
19. Oh, that's part of.
2021 Civil Division.
Okay. Page 20, civil division.
It's all wages, benefits.
I'll move to receive. Second by Nelson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 9, courthouse security, page 22.
Be the next page. 22 didn't come across very well when it was duplicated. So 22 and 23.
This one will have a percent deputy increase of $4,074, including benefits.
Stationary.
Which line is it? I'm
Page
sorry.
23,
Okay.
third from the bottom, $400.
Bowls and stuff like that for the people who come through security.
Oh,
Stuff in
okay.
and the little keychain deals they give them when they come in and save.
Okay, so physical supplies for people passing through the metal detector.
And that's
Not
gonna
stationary,
that's
like
gonna
you're not
double.
writing out notes.
And now we're doing it at two, or hopefully, as soon as this fiscal year, next fiscal year starts, we'll be doing it at 2 locations, I hope.
I'd move to receive with the 4,074.
Second.
Motion by Taylor, second by Radig with that increase. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 10, new LEC security. What is the payroll change, Michelle?
This one will have a decrease of $28,664.
I'd move to receive with the aforementioned number.
I'll second the motion by Taylor to receive minus 28,664. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 11 is courtroom security and transport, page 26.
They're hard to read there, but it's the next 2 pages. The next 2 pages are hard to read up in the corner because the copier didn't get them well.
So,
Is there any adjustment on this one?
I have no more adjustments.
Okay.
Does it include 28 as well, Dennis? 27, 26, 27, 28?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
28 does show up.
Yeah.
That's the end of it.
what's covered under machinery and equipment, very last line item?
That's
Yeah,
motor vehicles.
Oh,
Yep. I don't know if we can extend next year, spread out the description further, if there's room to do that on these or not.
oh, I see.
We've asked for that from support for the last few years. I think we might have to actually redesign the naming to have the specific name first.
I'd move to receive.
Motion by Taylor, second by Nelson, to receive. Any other questions? Why is the machinery above the past couple of years, or the motor vehicle?
Because we're gonna, the increase in transport division with the federal inmates that will
Okay.
be transporting back and
Got
forth
it.
to the federal courthouse and.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 12, Sheriff Commissary, page 29.
This is a budget I plug in what the current balance is, so that's why I put it in there, so he has authority to go ahead and spend it. It's at his discretion.
And right now, that's 218,000.
Yep.
Move to receive.
Second.
Motion by Raddick, second by Taylor. Receive. Any specific plans or what you normally done?
Not right now. Not at this time. Again, it's nice to have that going into a new facility and having a bunch of unknowns. We do hope that the commissary is actually going to increase as we increase the number of inmates, and we're told by the marshals that the federal inmates tend to spend a little more money in commissary than your county inmate, so.
The high rollers.
That's, I mean, yet to be determined, but that's what they've told us, so.
I move to receive.
I'll second the motion by Taylor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 14, prisoner room and board, page 30.
Same thing there, I plugged in $522,690. That is at the discretion of the sheriff where it goes.
Move to receive.
Motion by Taylor, second by Raddick. Any plans for this?
No, not right now. Again, kind of just making sure that we have that money there for if and when something major comes up that we need to have. And these things can really only, there's some strict parameters on what this stuff can be spent on. So, you know, I think everyone on this board would appreciate that Captain Harlow views this as his money. So anytime we talk about wanting to spend it on a project, he bristles up and he really protects it. I mean, which is a good thing for county government. I'm sure taxpayers would be happy to know we give him a hard time. But he's pretty protective of that account. And I don't mean that like he literally thinks it's his money, but he treats it as if it was. I don't want the media to mistake that as a shot at one of my
Is there anything
employees.
you would like Captain Harlow to spend that money on?
Haven't identified anything yet.
Okay. All right, then.
So you're saying he's got that money locked down?
Yes.
Okay. What are some things that it can be spent on?
It's got to be for the inmates.
Okay.
Stuff that's in the jail that will have some benefit to the inmate's safety or things like that.
Gotcha.
And
And
I
they've
think
done
we-
like mattresses, or
I
they've
think
done
we
like
did spend
TVs in the rec room.
We spent some on the TVs, the mattresses, and some of that stuff already for moving into this new facility.
Do you spend any on the clothing they wear?
We'll use it for jumpsuits and that type of thing, and toiletries and some different, you know, those types of things are what it can be used on.
Bath salts.
Say that again.
Those bath bombs or whatever they are.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't remember any bathtubs in the cells, so. You toured a different facility than I did, Keith. Do we have a motion, a second?
I move to receive if we don't.
We do have one.
Oh, you do? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 14, uniform patrol, page 31.
That is all payroll and benefits.
Move to receive.
Second motion by Taylor. We definitely want uniforms out there patrolling. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 15, sheriff forfeiture, page 34.
Move to receive.
Second motion by Taylor. Any comments on this?
Nope.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 16, DARE donations, page 35.
Move to receive.
Second motion by Bittinger. So Dennis, what is this going from 1,000 to 1,065?
It's just the dollar amount they actually have in the fund, current balance, gained $1, or $65, I guess.
Okay. And what does this do?
I don't know if they're getting interest in that fund or not.
I don't mean interest on $1,000. I mean, what is it?
I have no idea, it's just.
In the past, it's been used for the DARE program. We're no longer teaching the DARE program. We could probably change the name of it for next budget year. We now teach what we call the STARS program. Very similar in concept, but we're not bound by the the strict specifications of Dare America. And it's allowed us a better working relationship in the schools. It shortened the program from 10 weeks to 5 weeks. And then instead of only doing it in 5th grade, we're doing it in 5th grade, then again in middle school, and then again in high school, so that we can continue to have. So over the course of their educational life, they're still gonna get 10 weeks with a deputy, but they're gonna get 5 in elementary, I think 3 in middle school, 2 in high school.
And you need this line item to receive certain donations?
Yeah, but it's been a while since, I don't know that we've ever taken donations since I've been sheriff in the DARE fund. It's, yeah.
I mean, is it practical going forward?
It could probably, I don't know how it was set up prior to me being here, so I'd leave that up to Dennis and the board. You know, I don't know how it was set up, so I don't know if I want to change it. If it's something that we can roll into the foundation, I think that would be, I mean, I'd be agreeable to that, so long as we're not undoing something that was formally done, that we would be violating any.
Well, if you don't have, if it's not relevant anymore, could it be rolled in? Oh, Josh was gone. Joshua's likeness over there. I'd like to see that if it could.
I don't know why it couldn't be done.
Okay.
Roll it into the
Like
foundation.
the Anderson Trust where we got some stipulation there, it could be rolled.
Okay. I mean, now I'm perfectly fine with that. It's probably easier for Jennifer's accounting purposes anyways, and Michelle's, I would assume. I'm getting a nod, so.
Yeah. And the camera's not showing the board, so Joshua nodded yes over there.
So are we just receiving for now, or are we? I would just like somebody to check, just so they don't come back and say, I mean, it's $1,065, but, you know, you do something and then they say, well, this money was only, just a thought, I don't know.
I think we set up because of former sheriffs, they want this money separate as donations, but now there's no donations basically, so there's no reason not to transfer it over.
Okay.
Well, you
upon
meet
advice
meet
of-
with the former sheriffs every so often, so.
Yeah, once a quarter, we try to get together, yep.
Have they mentioned this? So
No.
must not be a big deal.
And I mean, yeah, it would have been for whoever the sheriff was to utilize at that time. So,
Okay. So can we take action to move it to,
Yes.
what did you say?
to the foundation, which is on page 20, whatever that is. Is that 26 or 36?
The courtroom security and transport?
No, I'm sorry, 36, page 36. This next last page. I have page 36 anyways. Does nobody else have it? The page after DARE and donations, the foundation, the sheriff's foundation. That's where we take in donations for K-9 and other items.
Dennis, do we have that in our?
Well, it's in there, but it's zero appropriations for next year. So all I would do is I'll move the 1,065 over to that budget there, and we'll eliminate the fund.
So would we move to reduce it by the amount and you would just transfer it? Or do we need a motion to reduce and transfer?
I think we need a motion.
I think we need to revise the motion. We've already got a motion on the floor.
Okay.
Technically, we're not reducing because there's
No.
no asking.
There was no tax involved in this. It's just donations.
Yeah.
So we're just transferring.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes.
So what's the motion on the floor? Who made it, or can we rescind that?
Yeah, it was just to receive. So I'll change the motion to transfer the DARE donations to the sheriff's restricted donations.
Are we able to do that without that being on the agenda?
To budget reviews, I can do anything you want on budget reviews.
I'll second the amended motion.
Motion by Binger, second by Taylor, to transfer the balance, $1,065 from DARE donations to sheriff's restricted
Foundation.
Sheriff's donation, yeah.
Sheriff's donations.
Yep. Fund 0082, yeah.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Item D is District Health, General Basic Fund, page 7 and 8.
Chairman, did we receive the Sheriff's Donation Foundation? Did we receive that fund?
No,
That's it, okay.
it's not tax related,
Okay.
so the transfer was made to it.
Okay. right.
There's no budget to receive.
Okay.
All right, Kevin Green, Director of Sun District Health Department. This is the annual tax allocation or asking that comes from the Health Department. It appears as one line item because the full budget is reviewed by the Board of Health and approved for submission within this just for the tax allocation request. As you'll see within this is that we're actually coming in this year with a request of $463 less than last year's asking.
Excuse me, Dennis, where is this?
Page 7.
Well, 7 and 8 under board.
Under supervisors, yes.
Oh, supervisors,
Sorry.
okay.
Sorry. Anyway, yes. So, what's that? Oh, I'll keep talking fast before you get to the actual numbers. So this is just a single line item request is what it was. It goes into as to support the public health services in Woodbury County.
The reason it went up 670,037, we did use their cash reserves last year, it gave them down to 22%. I checked with the auditors this year on the current audit, that's where they're at, we were within $10,000. So unfortunately, this is where it catches us. We used reserves last year, now it's going up this year.
And what does this put the projected reserve at after this year?
Right around 22%, which
Okay.
we agreed to.
All right.
Yep.
Is there any more breakdown other than pages 7 and 8?
No, because you cannot adjust their budget. That's up to the district health board, which the supervisor does sit on that health board.
We can adjust down, though, the
Well,
total.
you can adjust down, but then they're gonna have to go back and cut their budget somewhere.
Correct.
Yes, you can do that.
Right, they set their budget, and then we can set the allocation higher or lower, or just exactly what they ask.
Kevin, would you review what you did with wages, so we're aware?
Right, what we did within this is this does include a 5% cost of living increase. This is something that we had budgeted in. We've usually been below the county in those. With this, we also justified that through the fact of we have had some positions we haven't been able to fill. We had, say, our WIC coordinator that was vacant as of March. We just got it filled after Christmas. I've still got some vacant ones in the dietitian, so we had to go through and adjust to kind of put it back to a level so that we could recruit candidates even for our open positions. At the bottom end of the pay scale that we use, we looked at some of those lower level positions and we did increase those. And the reason we were able to do that is because of the retirement of some of our more experienced staff. And so then the cost savings related to the new hires is what it would be. We also then included the 2% of the employer's share of the health insurance and a 3% in our dental increase. And that's what's included all within this request.
But if I could help you explain it, so you said that you did 5 because in a prior year you did 3, and then the county did 4.
Right. We kind of I looked back at the trend of what the county had done. And so we were usually, in every case, below that. And so I still have staff that remember COVID and some of the work and the excess that they did within that too. And so just out of that, we looked at that 5% for that cost of living.
Just want to make that clear.
Mhm.
It's not a new normal or anything, it's just
Right.
catching up.
To the 23 through 4 year-to-date activity, is that a 6-month activity in there? Then what do we have in there?
No, what that is, we pay them 1/12 of the allocation per year.
Okay.
So it's just 1/12 of the total.
Anything else you want to highlight?
No, just so that the board understands, part of it you talked about with Kenny Schmitz in the building. We also, within the expenses that we do pay for $80,000 of rent to the county related, since it is a county building. We take care of all utilities in the facility, all snow removal, lawn care, and then as Kenny said, anything 2,000 or less, that becomes our responsibility for maintenance and upkeep within the building itself. We've been fortunate in past years because of grant funding and managing of those. We've actually been able to do some improvement projects along with that funding also. So when you talk about the concept of keeping ahead of the game as far as building status is what it is, I feel that's where we're at. We keep on top of things and we keep things in good shape.
You want to talk about grants and how those have
Basically,
changed
yes,
over-
like with the grants too, is that really what a grant is that it covers all expenses related to that program or that service. The funding comes in, and so when you actually look at our our line item budget sheet, it's usually the same amount of money comes in for a grant as what we have calculated we utilize for expenses. So there's no cost to the county within that. We also have some of the programs that we do fee generation. Our food establishment inspections, septic and permitting, wells, those types of things, those actually generate some of the revenue and the fees. And then we also do Medicaid billing for some of our immunization services along with our child health. So those are all things that we have built in as far as for revenue to support the work we do.
So help me out with this then. What is your total budgeted expenses for this next year for FY '25? Is that the 3,021,352?
That is the difference between what the anticipated revenue and what the expenses would be.
Okay, but what's your total?
$3,882,652.
3,882,662?
Yes.
662?
Mm-hmm.
And what was it the prior year? Because I understand we're looking at what the county is contributing, right?
Right.
And terms, but it's hard, apples to apples, to know what are you asking the county to contribute, and we're using a reserve fund versus what the budget was prior, if that makes
Right,
sense.
last year was $3,859,815, but we are anticipating an additional revenue of $23,000 for this year. Or for fiscal year '25, excuse me.
Okay, so basically, if you looked at last year to this year, it's a wash, as Dennis would say. It's basically the same amount?
Right.
Okay, that helps.
Okay.
Because otherwise, it looks like this
Right,
huge
huge
increase,
in-
but it's really just a source of funds,
Right.
so.
Right, and it covers nursing, labs, environmental, and administration. Those are 4 tax-supported
Right.
departments.
The rest of it is built up on
They're all
grants.
I'd move to receive.
Second the motion by Taylor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Item E is Board of Supervisors section. Item 1 is CF rebates and miscellaneous refunds, page 2.
Okay, there's actually 2 and 60, but it's easy. On page 2, it's 675,000. On page 60, it's 235,000 from rural basic. This is the agreement that was settled when we built CF. For 20 years, they get the excise tax back that they pay. Just the county share, not the schools or anybody else, just the county share. So we're stuck with this for the next 15 years. And we're talking around between the 235 and 675, you're talking around 900,000 for the next 15 years. And there's nothing we can do about that one.
That's okay. We might not have had a $2 billion project without, so.
Move
I'll
to receive.
Second.
Motion by Raddick, second by Taylor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 2, Communications Center.
Yep, go ahead and pass them out. Thanks. The reason she's passed this out, they did have a change after the budget book was printed. They had to change back in the first part of January, so there's a small increase here from what they originally turned in. I think amounts to, what?
Like $19,405.
I originally had 675, 385 for the comm center, and it's going up to 676, 321.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was,
So
I
it's
was
about-
comparing 24 and 25.
Figure out real quick here. For what we have in the budget here submitted back in December,
About 960-ish.
yes.
So I apologize, I don't have an itemized line item budget for you because city finance prepares that and they don't have their budget books done. We don't go in front of city council till February 10th. So I can tell you that our budget is about 90% personnel. So it's like a 2.94% increase from last fiscal year. Just looking at personnel costs alone. And then we also budgeted for our employees on their bargaining agreement. They receive retirement severance pay when they retire. So we are planning for 3 full-time employees to retire in FY '25. So we've included that in the budget.
I'll go ahead and move to receive with the increase of the $936.
Second the motion by Radig. What was the, any cost of living increase or anything like that?
I don't know what the actual is. They don't have that yet, but generally it's around 2.5%, so
That's governed by city?
by city and their bargaining.
Okay. Are there any reserve funds related to this?
No.
No? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 3 is Board of Supervisors expense, page 9 to 10.
This actually covers the board expenses that the actual board incurs, because we have 2, board expense and board administration.
Dennis, on professional services, is that, do you know what that includes? We go from 9,000 to 16,000 to 26,000, and now we're,
Probably attorneys.
What line is that, line item is that?
42,601. Or Michelle, if you know by chance, or,
It's attorneys, isn't it?
I have no idea.
I didn't hear the question.
I was just wondering what 42601 is, professional services to the Board of
Yes.
Supervisors?
I've got on your screen the activity since fiscal year 18 on, kind of fluctuates up and down.
But what is that for? Is that attorney?
Professional services would be hiring individuals for some purpose. We can look at some of the detail if you'd like, and,
Yeah, just,
yeah.
Dollars,
Yeah.
okay,
mostly dollars.
okay, appreciate it.
Would this cover like FOIA requests?
Karen, do you know this is a board line that would be paid by your office?
Okay. Okay, so our attorney for the, we hired for the pipeline representation.
And here's fiscal year 23. I'd like to see some additional.
I'll move to receive it.
Looks like Bittinger's nameplate cost 10 cents more than Nelson's. That's interesting.
Longer name.
Ah, must be it.
Fancy font.
Now we know whose nameplate is Special. Did you move it?
Keith did, I'll second.
Motion by Raddick, second by Taylor to receive. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 4, Board Administration, page 11.
This total expense is up 2.77. There aren't much, any changes in here except the wages is what covers the 2.77.
Move to receive.
Second
There
motion
is
by
one
Taylor.
thing though.
Uh-oh.
Overtime, I believe there should be 2,000 put in overtime there. That covers Karen when she's extra board meetings, or Heather also. Somehow it's just zero, should be 2,000 in there.
On which line in it?
Line item 10,400 on page 11, overtime.
So we zeroed it out and we need to put it back in, is that what we're
Yes.
hearing?
Yes. I don't
Okay,
know why
so,
we're there, but we're putting it back in.
amend the motion to put an increase of 2,000. If I get a second?
I'll second that.
Motion by Taylor, second by Raddick to receive with a $2,000 increase. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 5, Public Bidder, page 13.
Left that the same.
Move to receive.
Motion by Raddick, second by Bittinger.
Can I just ask,
Yes.
so are the public bidder sales, we're anticipating those go down, or how is that?
They are going down, yes.
Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 6, Mail Services, page 14.
We actually dropped that 1,000.
Move to receive.
Motion by Raddick, second by Bittinger. All in favor, say aye.
Go ahead, Kevin.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0. That was a close one. Item 7, District Court Operations, page 40. Yep.
The zero's probably missing on yours, but it's actually page 121 of 529. Again, actually dropped that $5,750 because the expenses didn't show. The parking dropped a little bit, and we aren't sure what the parking is gonna do. Actually, we left the budget the same. I'm sorry.
It's the same, but.
It's the same.
Do we know the difference between telephone reimbursement and telephone expense, or they just,
Telephone reimbursements that are funds that are reimbursed by the courts. The county auditor figures the bill out, they send them the bill, and the state pays us back.
it was just a placeholder essentially?
Yes.
Okay.
So you can see where 25,000 is the top line, there's revenue coming in, 25,000 expense, so it just, it balance pushes out. Now, the parking,
Yeah, are they paying for parking out there?
we don't know. We aren't sure if they're gonna keep some spaces here, because you still got judges doing the civil division. You know, civil cases, lawsuits, divorces, still gonna be in the courthouse. So there are parking spaces for judges there.
But does that go, I don't know, it seems like we could at least take 1,000 off. I mean,
How much?
1,000 or,
Well,
I mean, why would it stay
I
the
don't know how
same?
many judges are actually gonna be parking there once this is all moved out there. I don't have an idea of that, no. They never told me.
Because we go from
You can cut
4,700 to
1,000 if you want.
33,000 to 4,500.
Well, if you look at the past history on here, I don't think we ever went over, was it 47? So
Right. You
if
can
you
cut
reduced
1,000 there.
1,000,
Yeah.
it'd be at 4750, so.
I'd like to do something tonight.
I think that would be fine. I think the auditor's in charge of the parking plan, and with the history here, I think 1,000 would work.
I'll move to receive less than 1,000.
Second.
Motion by Raddick, second by Taylor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 8, court-appointed juvenile attorneys, page 41.
They did raise our base on attorney fees here, that's funded by the state, and then after the reaches the base there, then we have to pay them. So it increased, I think, to 290,000, that'll still leave us 35,000 for expenses that could come across. So your expenses you're looking at year-to-date, that includes the base, but we still got 5 months of attorney fees to pay. And interpreting or mental health, that has been raised by 15 because we spent 23 already. Spent 32, 48, but now the attorneys have found out that they can bill the county back for mental health cases. Josh was aware of this, and that's the number we came up with.
Is that the county or the region?
The county. Yes, the county. The region's separate from this.
Move to receive.
Second. Motion by Taylor, second by Raddick. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 9, risk management services, page 43.
Okay, this one here, I increased from $1 million to $1.2 million, basically because our workman's comp's gone up, our property insurance going up $145,000, I believe. And then I want to add $200,000 more to that increase to $1.4 million. Main thing is, we have to budget for the attorneys that's going to represent us in our potential lawsuits. Mr. John. And we have no idea what that's going to be, but we better be prepared because this bill could run rather high. We better have the money there.
So you're saying to increase it by 200,000 over
Yep.
the 200,000 that it's already increased, is
We'll
that
be up to
correct?
$1.4 million, yes.
Can I just ask a
Yeah.
question? What happened, and Melissa and I were talking about the appropriate level to raise this. What happens when we run out of that? Do we just go to reserves? Can we fund at any time?
If we run out of attorney fees,
No, if we run out of the self-liability allocation.
that goes to the.
Let's just say we
Yes,
hit
we'd
2
have to go
million.
back to reserves.
Okay.
Yes. So it's better to have it there. You know, we know, what was, how much property insurance going up? 140. Workman comp's going up, I believe also, right?
Yes.
And then I got a budget for these attorney fees. And nobody knows what that's gonna be. And hopefully, depends how the case goes and stuff. If it goes to court, we could get this money back, which then would go in a liability fund. But right now, we have no idea.
You got something to say?
I just also want to mention, we do have just one lawsuit out there. Just to keep that in mind. Don't know where that is at yet, but that liability fund also is our workers' compensation, total disability fund, as well as attorney fees for collective bargaining and other things. So I just wanted to kind of let you know what's in that fund.
Can we, at least in the future, have a breakdown of the premiums that are paid through this?
Absolutely.
Because, like for the supervisors section on dues, we have all the,
Yes.
ISAC, NACO, all the
Yep, we could
breakdown.
break that down.
It'd be nice to know how much of this is going towards premiums,
Yep.
you know?
In fact, we still bring that back to you. If you want to see it for this year, we can still bring it back, so you got an idea.
I'd say around 420 for the property, workers' compensation, 235, but we did have 65,000 after the audit that we owed. Those are pretty good.
So we have one lawsuit out there.
Right.
What's our, remind me of our cap on each incident?
300,000.
300?
I'll get the exact numbers on those premiums.
Basically, half of this is going to premiums. Sorry, go ahead.
No,
Most-
that's fine. I just, increasing by 200,000 will put us 200,000 back. That we're gonna need to,
$400,000 increase.
that we're gonna need to find. And the fact that we can always go to reserves, I just,
There is no reserves in general sup. We're down to 7.6%. So it's either finding funding from unused funds or raise taxes.
So
You're
this is
saying we
coming,
can't use general basic reserves?
We can, but you're narrowing these down pretty good. We gotta think more than 1 year here. We gotta think of 25, 26. We're using a lot of funds that haven't been spent, interest that's additional, and those won't be there in 25, 26. So we gotta protect these reserves a little bit. 'Cause I don't know where we're gonna get the money in 25, 26. We've been very lucky and unlucky that jail didn't open, that all this money is available that we've been using to offset increases.
I don't know. I feel like we've made increases that are incremental and if we do face an issue where it's not enough, then it's probably gonna be not enough by more than $1. So I think the current increase to 1.2 is okay.
Okay.
yeah, I concur.
We run out, we just come back to either general basic or general sub. And I don't know. Who has a clue what these attorneys are gonna cost us?
The hope, and I know this is, if we think that we have a solid case with all the communication that we're hearing, I think we do, is that we're going to be made whole. Somebody's gonna pay. I don't know who that is, but
Yeah, and it's a timing issue. We don't know if it goes that far, is it gonna be 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? These things get drawn out a long time. So the money's not coming back right away, just like lost revenue, lost expenses. It's not gonna be overnight.
Well, and I'm a little uncomfortable increasing dramatically in a budget hearing when we know that when the case goes to court, there's gonna be talk of county ability to pay and financing. And if we're not just responsibly increasing this based on increase of premiums that we know about, then we could be sending a message like, we're willing to really stick our neck out here, when we don't think that's a message we want to send.
Okay, just leave it at the $1.2 million then.
Yep.
That's fine.
so I'd move to receive.
As is.
Yeah.
I'll second that. Motion by Taylor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay.
So I was also gonna say too, and sorry to interrupt, but, we could look at not doing a closed session every 2 weeks, and that would dramatically decrease the costs and legal fees. You could do a closed session every 2 weeks, but just have it be with Baker, and then on the 4th week, do it with the attorneys.
Yeah, I was gonna say to go in a closed session for legal, but maybe the point's well taken, maybe some is, informational, I don't know. But I do appreciate also getting to know, some of them, so that's the balance, but I agree, if there's nothing, necessarily to report.
I mean, as far as the closed sessions, we can do whatever we want. I mean, if we want to do 1 month, I think where the every 2 weeks came from is that I think all of us would agree that there was not enough communication. And so we maybe went overboard and said, we're going to do this every 2 weeks so that nobody can accuse us of not, communicating. But yeah, if that's something we want to look at, we could, back it up to once a month. And if the LEC is still meeting, because sometimes the LEC isn't really necessarily having to meet every 2 weeks. But that's something we could look at doing.
I would say, and not to deliberate on this, but I would say if there's a need to meet, we could meet twice a week, and if there's no need to meet, it could be once a month,
Sure.
kind of, what is the,
Yep.
the trigger point for, let's take some action or get some more.
I'm sorry, but I think I interrupted your announcement of the 5-0.
Oh, thank you. Yes. The vote total just came in. It is 5 ayes and 0 nays. So 5-0 passed. Item 10 is soil conservation, currently funded through local option sales tax, non-tax funding. Page 62, Dennis, did you plug it in to be funded by lost funds?
Yep, I left it there for now, yes. Same dollar amount as it has been last year and the year before and the year before.
You sat through 4 hours, anything you want to say? Or?
Not really, if I don't have to. But, no, I do appreciate all of the stuff you guys have done for us. And, I mean, it's a great thing. You know, you've been.
Come on
out
up
tours.
here. Introduce yourself.
Yeah. But you've been out on the tour we had years ago, and you're our liaison now. So, I mean, it's been, you know, it's great that you guys fund this. And again, we got a good guy hired now. You've met him. He's actually really solid. And, you know, it's a vital thing for the community, you know, the county.
And your name?
Jason Yaki, Woodbury County Soil and Water Commissioner, so.
Yeah, I drove a bus for a tour of conservation structures last fall, and, I mean, we didn't get 3 miles outside of Sioux City, and we saw 8 different types of water mediation structures. And so they're rife in Woodbury County, and a lot of them are pretty massive, you know? I mean, we've got one on a farm, and we finally have a good technician. You guys have a good technician. I mean, the best one they've had in a very long time.
Yeah, he seems to be really on the ball, and he seems to be doing a great job for us so far. And I hope he stays. I mean, obviously, just like everything else, it costs more money to keep him around. So, but this year we've been able to keep it at the same level. I assume, unfortunately, going forward, it might have to come up a little bit, or at least our ask will.
Thanks for all that you do. I would move the soil conservation budget through local option sales tax.
Second. Motion by Taylor, second by Nelson.
Thank you, guys.
Funding
And
by
thank you
local
guys for
option.
doing all this work. I mean, I've never been to one of these before, so I was actually quite impressed.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jason.
I didn't know if that meant I won't be back.
Well, as you can see, it's not like a, you know, activity people do, like go bowling, they come to the board meeting.
Well, it is,
Date night.
Yeah.
I can't believe, the amount of stuff that's going on today, it's just kind of amazing. I do appreciate it.
Thank you. Funding out of local option sales tax, dedicated to economic development. No property taxes are used on this budget.
Correct.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0.
Back to the date night comment. I mean, people would probably be surprised to know that we don't charge to get in here.
Oh, that's.
It's pretty crazy, I know.
If we offer free babysitting, man, we got a packed house in here.
Just let everybody know it is Keith's birthday, so if you took up a collection, we were gonna take you out, but it's $2.99 limit, so 75 cents
We
each.
pooled our $2.99 together and we're gonna get you a Big Mac.
I'd say that's at least 2 bags of chips, the big ones.
Oh, boy.
Everything is in bags of chips units.
Take us home, take us home.
How many millions of bags of chips is this budget?
I can buy anything in
It's,
the vending machine, Keith, as long as it's not over $2.99.
Keith Commissary Fund is up next. This is a big increase. No. Solid waste landfill is number 11, page 65.
Jeanette and I go through this, city clerk, she is also a clerk for the landfill commission. The dollars actually went down this year, 14,759.
What clerk?
14,759.
No, what clerk, you said?
I'm sorry.
What clerk?
Pearson, Iowa.
Oh,
City
Jeanette.
clerk, yes.
Yeah, okay.
She's also a clerk for the landfill.
Okay, thanks.
And it's broke down 2 areas. One, the landfill share for the townships, and then the share of rent. Our share is 24,852. This was changed about 3-4 years ago where they were having, problems with their funding, so the commission agreed to pay it out from the towns instead of getting paid for it. So towns are paying, it goes in the commission fund, landfill.
So can you explain this line item, the share or rent? What are we paying for?
Okay, that is on page 67. Gil used to pay us into the fund $60,000. They agreed to this several years ago where we split it by population of the towns remaining in the landfill. And it came down to where the township population is 8162, divide that. Take it times per capita, which is 19,708, divided to 60,000, that's where our share comes up, 24,851. And that money goes back into the landfill.
Is that an Iowa code? I'm just ignorant of what it, is that an Iowa code? What is the backstory on that? What are we,
The rent, I think that's something we agreed to when we first set it up with Gil, when we first got rid of how the landfill is operating,
yeah?
privatized it, took it to Gil. Gil was paying rent to us, 60,000, but the commission decided instead of having him pay it, because they're having funding problems, and, supporting their equipment, the commission decided to take that 60,000, divide it out to the towns, and the towns pay back in covering that 60,000.
Okay. So that's a private business, correct?
Yes.
And we're paying a private business.
We're paying for the rent,
Rent of what?
the landfill.
It's kind of like.
Help me understand.
It's, the county does the same thing as the city, where you go out on Outer Drive and it's got that, basically a collection center where you go
Yeah.
and you dump your trash. So they have all those buildings and everything, and we pay them rent, essentially. So.
What do we
it's-
get- what do
It's a
we get?
privatized service of garbage collection and the transfer center. And then, so they collect all that garbage out there and they ship it all out to Jackson, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so.
We're just a collection agency out there, they take it out.
Okay.
So
And I
it's
think,
it's the
Keith,
county
you were on the board when
landfill
we
and
changed
we're,
this, I believe.
I've never been on the landfill committee, but I've
you haven't?
subbed in for, I've basically been on the landfill committee. But, the cities and the county all work together on this, and that's why they all have a different share based off population. And we all pay basically Gil to provide the service of,
Right.
of the trash.
So we provide that and then we pay when you go out there too.
Yes, you also pay like $30 dump fee and whatnot.
Okay. All right, I know it's
That,
getting
that
like-
helps to decrease the cost that we have.
Okay, and so what's the what's the benefit?
We're not running our own landfill and burying it in the ground and paying all the.
Was that per Iowa code? Is that a mandated service per
I think
county?
we are required to have.
We are?
I think it is required, yes.
We are
For
required
the
by
rural. And the cities are included except Sioux City.
Iowa
Sioux
code.
City has their own landfill, they pay their own rent, all that.
Okay.
But they charge like a monthly fee or something on their water bills and everything. They put the garbage as a monthly fee. We have it under our rural basic tax asking. So
Okay. Okay, all right. I've got some
everybody
more
pays
questions.
for it even if they don't use it.
Right, yeah, I've got some issues with that. All right, I got more questions. Yeah, we can do it another time.
Okay.
I've got some concerns, but we'll move on.
Sounds like we found our next landfill liaison.
Second.
Because who is is Jeremy, are you the liaison now?
No, Jeremy's-
Look at the
I
time.
think it was Rocky before. Okay, it's not me. Well, they didn't have one in '23. Yeah, because I had a mayor ask me that, and because I think Kevin Nelson at Salix is the chair of it right now. Yeah, yeah.
I'll look and get back to you.
Any motions on the table?
Motion to receive.
I'll second the motion by Bittinger to take out the
They
trash.
don't call him Dan Landfill Bittinger for nothing.
Yeah. That nameplate's gonna be a couple more dollars to add all that.
Sorry, Dan, it's been a long day.
Yeah.
Hey, I like keeping things clean.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 12 is township officers.
Look, that's the
Paid,
same dollar amount.
I'll
page
move to
68.
Second.
motion by Taylor, second by Radig. Kept it the same,
Yep,
5,000.
yep.
I know what you guys are thinking. Back when I was Grant Township Chairman, did I get any of this? No.
Expenses went down when you were chairman.
All out of the goodness of the board's heart when they appointed me chairman.
You loved every second of it.
I did.
I mean, there's the old saying, there's no service without sacrifice. If there's
Right.
sacrifice.
It was tough to
Speaking
handle.
of service and sacrifice, landfill.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 13, tax increment funds.
I'll move to receive.
Second.
For
Motion
discussion.
by Raddick. Mr. Taylor?
So, just looking at it on page 86, we've got 40,000.
85, 86,
Am I on the right?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so can you,
That's available in case we have, need attorneys to do any increment financing problems we have, where it's expand the district, create a new district, things like that. And this comes from tax increment, so basically, it's putting money in there, yes.
so you're saying that this money is not sitting there?
Now what?
Are you saying that this $40,000 is not sitting there?
It's sitting in the fund when we collect it, and if we need it, we do pay it out.
So the money for the attorney would come from the tax increment financing
Yes.
itself?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And the Platinum Grain is done this year. That was I believe, a 10-year program on prorated tax increment or tax abatement increases. That is done this year. So the only thing we got coming out of there this coming year is the $789,850 to pay the county's share of the 10-year program, where the county engineer transfers $300,000 in. So we got about 6 or 7 years left of this. Then that'll be done.
I'll move to receive.
Second.
We already had a move.
Oh,
I moved it, Jeremy second.
oh, sorry. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 14 is wage plan adjustments, all funds. Dennis, this is regarding raises for all non-union
Yes.
county employees, correct?
Yep. Yep.
Okay,
And there's
let-
3% plugged in.
You have 3% plugged
Yep.
in? Let's have a board discussion about that. So where are we at?
It's pretty close to what we've been doing for everybody, so.
Yeah, elected officials, deputies, all your unions so far are 3%.
So is that a receive when we move this, or? It doesn't have it on there as information or action.
It's under the budget review, so you receive it.
Okay.
And you've already plugged that in
Yes,
as
it's
a
all, it's
placeholder?
on
so-
all of our numbers.
I'll move to receive that.
But in the-
Second.
But in the past, haven't we stipulated in the motion what the increase is?
I think you should have a motion with the 3% increase for wage plan.
Yeah, because then we'll just,
It's
Instead of
easier
receiving
to
it,
track
then you're
down
done
when
with
we look through the historical data
yeah,
as
it
well.
was definitely a percentage amount we approved. It wasn't just to receive.
I thought they had
What-
3% in there, so.
Yep.
So if it's.
Well, it's been that way before, and we still,
I'll amend it to say 3%.
okay. Second, motion by Raddick, second by Bittinger, to receive, which is a 3%. What is a 3% increase for wage plan? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0. Item 15 is, somebody talked about with Dennis. This is approval to reduce general basic cash reserves by $200,000, representing unbudgeted federal prisoner care in FY '24. This is related to the increase in the IGA with the U.S. Marshals, I believe, and transfer that amount to the general supplemental levy for FY '25 to reduce the property tax burden. I'll move it for discussion.
Second.
Second by Taylor. Any discussion, or Dennis, anything?
Nope, this, right now, they're around 161,000, but they have 13 prisoners in there, I guess, off and on. So the money, 200,000 will be there.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, we'll have for sure 10 in there until we open. I mean, I shouldn't say that. It fluctuates. They try to keep the number somewhere between 5 and 10, so that they always have some emergency beds for arrests that are made, but
the number's not gonna go down between now and when we open.
Yep. Okay, so this is an extra $200,000
Yep.
due to,
It's actually, there's no funds budgeted, but the money's coming in because the sheriff's has been aggressive and got the prisoners in there.
Yep.
Or made room for them.
okay. Very good. Everyone understand the motion? Any questions or comments? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Any other business before the board?
I will have an updated sheet for you next year, a tally sheet, next week.
Better.
Not next year. Jeez, that's-
Already thinking ahead.
Thinking ahead, yes.
What,
Next week, I'll have one in there.
what do we
showing where we're at.
anticipate for budgets next week? I know you had a schedule.
Yeah, I think, like I said, we'll look to the 3:15 for the joint closed session. And then Dennis, let's plug in budgets for, I mean, we can plug in 4 o'clock, I think, 45 minutes.
Give us a timeline, we'll try to stick to it, so.
If,
say let's do
if
4.
we can't, then
We just go
We've-
after the board meeting, budget reviews continue.
if we can't, then we won't inconvenience anyone except those on the budget reviews for half an hour.
Right.
And they'll know since we won't be down here. So we'll do 4 o'clock
4
and then
o'clock.
4:30 and resume them afterwards. But it's a relatively short list of,
Yeah, there's STARCOM, Youth Guidance Services, those are easy. Mercy Services budgets, and then emergency management and juvenile detention.
okay, yes.
Can I just ask for, not to belabor and lengthen this any more than the 4.5 hours, but, so we have January 30th, no meeting February 6th.
Correct.
February 13th, and our goal was to essentially be set by February 20th, is that, so that we didn't have to go up one way or another? How much do we have on February 13th? Is that a,
February 13th, we have secondary roads, economic, or community development, zoning, allocation Hard Rock gaming fees, and infrastructure, local option sales tax. That'll be a short one. Secondary roads usually that take long because that's a mandated minimum levy, basically. It's how he distributes within his budget.
Yep.
okay,
And then we have debt service too.
on the 13th?
Yes.
And we don't have anything after that?
We have February 20th, county supervisor, medical examiner, and WIC. John wanted to lay his a while till his.
To
city
wait
council.
until the city council
Yes.
approved.
And then I just have miscellaneous reviews, all funds. We have to have a public hearing of March 26th for the proposed tax asking, tax rates. It has to be published. And then the 20th, the auditor has to send out a notice on all the cities and the county.
February 20th and March 20th? Didn't we have 2 dates that, you know, if it went up, then we'd have to notify?
Yeah, they have to be notified, but we publish the notice for the public hearing. Before that, we just don't have the public hearing till about 6 days after the people get their notices, so they actually see what's happening.
Yeah, so the publishing is ahead of the,
So we got about 3 weeks after that public hearing on the 26th, and we got about probably 2 or 3 weeks before I have to publish it. So we got about 4 to 5, 6 weeks. They're open, we can still do stuff. And when we publish it, that's our cap as high as we can go. We can always go lower, but that's just like the maximum levy. This is taking place of it, where it took a super majority last year. This year it takes a simple majority. So January 20, or March 26th is when we're locked into the tax asking at a maximum. We can always go down. We can't go up.
okay?
Try to fill out those worksheets and get them back to Kenny as soon as possible.
Okay.
Then he can get cracking.
Hearing no other business,